Hello there! In this tutorial, we are going to create all the GUIs you can see on the screen right now by using PySimpleGUI. Let me go through them really quick. We start with a converter app that is quite simple but covers all the fundamentals of the module. Then we create a calculator with better styling, and this one can update the styling dynamically. Then we create a stopwatch, this one has even more styling. And next up, we have a text editor, and this one can save and open files. Next up, we have a snake, because why not? And after that, we combine PySimpleGUI with MatPlotLib to create an app that includes a graph. A basic image editor is next, and this one uses Pillow to manipulate images. Next up, we create a basic music player that can change the volume and shows a progress bar. And then we continue with web stuff by building a basic weather app that gets data from Google Weather. And finally, to finish the video, we are going to use OpenCV to detect faces. And that is it. By the end of this tutorial, you should have a fairly good understanding of PySimpleGUI and how to solve more or less any problem inside of it. Now, before I start, let's talk about PySimpleGUI in general. All this module really is a wrapper around other GUI libraries, and by default, the base library is tkinter. All this really means is that PySimpleGUI runs tkinter internally, but makes it much easier to access. And PySimpleGUI does make GUI development really easy. Most programs we are going to build require only about 50 lines of code. Especially if you only want some basic GUI and don't want to learn a whole library, PySimpleGUI is incredibly useful. Also, if you're just starting with GUIs or programming in general, I think PySimpleGUI is something really useful because it is incredibly easy. Although there are two limitations you should be aware of. Number one is styling. And while PySimpleGUI has some options to make the GUI look okay, this is fairly limited. So we are never going to create styling that looks as good as commercial apps. The other limitation is scaling. PySimpleGUI is designed for small apps. If you want to make something really complex with fancy layouts, you probably want to look at other libraries. I guess you could be pushing it quite a bit, but you would eventually run into problems. But that is basically all you need for the basics. Although we do have to install PySimpleGUI, and this happens either in the PowerShell or in the terminal, and all you need is pip install PySimpleGUI or pip3 install PySimpleGUI. And that should be all you need. Now, before we can start with the first project, there is one fundamental concept that we have to cover, and that is elements. Now, elements in PySimpleGUI are the core of the entire framework. So if you don't understand elements, you don't understand PySimpleGUI. Essentially, an element can be a text, it can be an image, it could be a slider, it could be basically any kind of element that you see in any kind of program. So in the most simple term, any visible thing that you see is going to be an element. And this is including the window. So the general frame of our app that will contain all the other elements. And essentially all we ever do in PySimpleGUI is combine different elements and use that to create a more complex program. And in other frameworks, an element would just be a widget. I honestly have no idea why they chose a different name, it's literally the same thing. There are also elements that are not visible, and those are mostly used for layout purposes. For example, there's a column element that places elements inside of a column. Should be fairly obvious. So with that, we can start working on our first program, a converter. And this one is going to look like this. A really simple app, we can type some numbers in here, let's say 100. Then we can choose some units, kilometer to mile, kilogram to pound, and seconds to minute. And if I click on convert, we get 100 seconds are 1.67 minutes. And if I select different units, we get different kinds of outputs. And I am going to use all the basic concepts of PySimpleGUI to make this. So already by the end of this part, you will have a good understanding on how PySimpleGUI works in general. But let's actually have a look how we can make this. Now, here we are in a completely empty sheet of code. And first of all, I have to import PySimpleGUI. And this happens with import PySimpleGUI. And for this part, it's really important to check out which letters have to be capitalized. So the P, the S, and the GUI all have to be capitalized. And since this is kind of annoying to write, we usually abbreviate this as SG, which is much easier to write. And now, if you just want to test if this is working, run the code. If this is working, you shouldn't see any kind of error, which I don't, which is a good start. And now we already have to create our first element. And that we create with sg.window. And this is just going to create a window. So this is pretty much always the starting point for any PySimpleGUI app. And this one is going to need 2 arguments at the very least. We need a title and we need a layout. And the title is just going to be a string. So in my case, I want to name this a converter. Now for the layout, we need something slightly more complex. And let me put this in a separate variable. That should make things a bit easier. And let me give a bit of space. So essentially for the layout, we want a list that is going to contain other lists. And let me add one list, a second list, and list number 3. And essentially what is going to happen is that each nested list, so list 1, list 2, and list 3, each of those are going to be their own rows. Let me actually put them on separate lines. That should illustrate the principle much better. Essentially, we are creating a window, and that is this yellow box for now. The dimensions really don't matter. How PySimpleGUI creates layouts is by using these lists to figure out where the elements should be. And basically what is going to happen is that each of these lists is going to be its own row. So the first list here would correspond to the top row in this program. The second list would be the second row, and then the third list would be row number 3. And since our list has 3 lists inside, our app is going to have 3 rows, and that is going to determine the height of the window. And now inside of each of these lists, let me clean this one up a tiny bit to make things easier to see. So we don't need these bits here. Essentially, inside of each list, we now have to place another element. And let me add a couple of different elements. The first one would be SG text. And this one is a super simple text element that doesn't really do anything. And this one only needs a single argument. And that would just be a string with the text you want to display. So let's call this one text. Another element we could place would be SG and button. And button also needs a single argument, which is the name of the button or the text on the button. And in my case, let's call this button. And now on the third row, we want to have, let's say, an input element, which is called input. And this one doesn't need any arguments. And let me actually hide the drawings for now. If I run the code now, we can see that, well, we can't see anything. And that is because we are going to need one more method before we can run all of this. And that is called read. So now if I run this, you can see what we have just done. I'm going to explain the read method in just a second. But for now, let me reopen the drawing I just did. I guess here is best. So here you can see we have one row with one element, we have a second row, and we have a third row. So essentially, all of these correspond with each other, which I think makes a ton of sense. It's a really simple way to organize a GUI. Now, the next question is, what if you wanted to add another element on the same row? And the answer here is you would just add another element inside of whatever nested list you're in. So for example, if I wanted to add a second element to the first row, I would just add another element in here. Let's say one element we haven't seen yet, that is called SG spin. This one we are going to use in just a second actually. And in here we need one list with a couple of strings. So let's say item 1 and item 2. And now if we run this, we can see the list selection box we have seen from the actual final program. And that is essentially the system how you would create a layout in PySimpleGUI. You basically create more lists, and each list is going to be one row. And then inside of each row, you just add elements to create columns. So essentially what we are doing in here for the layout is we are creating some sort of primitive table. What you can see in here is that columns isn't really the perfect word because the columns for each row do not align. So each row is independent. Just keep that in mind. And later on, we are going to learn about methods to, for example, span the entire width of the row with individual elements. That is totally possible. But for now, I only care about a simple layout. And this is a really good start. And I guess I would really recommend you to practice this. So let's do a challenge. Add to this layout another row, and this row should contain 2 elements. One that is a text that says hello, and the other one should be a button that says test button, or whatever you want to put in there. It doesn't really matter. All right, now to add another row, we have to add another list in here. And I want to add, first of all, a piece of text. So sg text, and the test I think was supposed to be test, but it really doesn't matter what's in here. And besides that, we have sg and button, and this one is supposed to be called test button. So now if we run this, we can see another row with 2 more elements. And we can press the button and, right, what I haven't mentioned yet is once we're pressing any kind of button, the entire window disappears. If you have tried this already, don't worry, this is normal. For now, what you really have to understand is this sort of layout here. This is going to be essentially how we are going to create layouts for this entire video. If I run this again, we do have a window, but if I click on any button, like on this one, the entire thing disappears. And that's normal. Essentially, what is happening is that we are executing the code from the top to bottom, like in literally any kind of code. And what Python does on this line here is it waits for any kind of input. And that is what this read method here does. It basically reads the window and then looks for any kind of event or for any kind of returned value. And as soon as we get anything returned, Python is going to return past this line. And since we don't have anything after it, the entire program is going to close. So we can't see the app anymore. And that is something we have to address. And the way you address this is, let me remove this read method here first. And essentially what we have to do is to create a while true loop. And only inside of this loop, we want to call the read method. Now, for that to work, we have to get our window. So I'm going to put the window inside of a variable, and then we are going to call read on this window. Now, this would work, but do not run the code yet. You would not be able to close your window, which isn't ideal either. And to close the window, we need to understand 2 more concepts. But for now, let me implement them, and then I'm going to explain what actually happened. So essentially what window.read returns is an event and values. And an event is the one we need to think about for now. Essentially, events are things that are triggered by other elements, like pressing on a button or closing the window. And we have to add custom code to close the window, which, well, is one line. So essentially what we want to do is if event is equal to sg.win_closed. And if that is the case, we want to break this while loop. And after this while loop is over, just to make sure we are closing the window, I want to run window.close. And now you can run the code. And now I can press the button and everything is, well, it's not closing, it's not exactly working, but at the very least we get something. So with that, we have a basic setup for PySimpleGUI. But now we have to talk about two core concepts of the entire framework. We have to talk about events and we have to talk about values. And let's start with events. That's the more important part. And in the most basic sense, an event is triggered by a certain action. And the one we have already seen is if we are closing the window. So if we press the little X at the top of our window, then we are calling the win-closed event. But essentially in PySimpleGUI, every single element can trigger an event. A good example here would be a button. So if you click on any button, an event is being triggered as well. And the name of the event is going to be the name of the button you have pressed, or rather the key of the button. You don't give elements a name, instead you give them a key. But again, this is just a different name for the same concept. So a key essentially is a name for an element. So for example, in our case, one of our buttons is called button. And if we would press on that button, we would trigger an event called button. And I guess the best way to understand this is to actually try it. And right now we have two buttons. We have this button here that is called button right now. And besides that, we have another button that is called test button. So let's run some code if this button here is pressed. And to achieve that, we have to check if event is equal to button. Literally, all we're doing is we are using the same name here, and that is how we identify the button. And in here, essentially, let's run some basic code. So button pressed. If I run this code, I can click on this button here, and we get button pressed in the output. If I click on the other button, we don't get anything. And since this also is a really important concept, you should practice this one yourself. Try to call an event when this test button here is pressed. And if that is the case, print something else. I don't know, whatever you want. To identify this button, we have to look for the event test button. And this is then going to be if event is equal to test button. And if that is the case, I want to print something else. I can click on my button, we get button pressed, and I can click on test button, and we get something else. However, now this system really isn't ideal because you might have a system where you want two buttons to have the same name. Let's actually try this. If I name both of these buttons button, let's see what happens. So now if I click on the button, we get, well, the first button gets us button pressed, the second button doesn't work at all. And on top of that, what if you wanted to address other elements, like this spin element or this input element? Neither of those really have a name right now. We couldn't really address them if they have an event. So we need a more general way to find and identify an element. And for that, each element has an argument we can pass in. And that is going to be a keyword argument that is called key. And key is just going to be another string. We could call this one button1, and then let me copy all of this, and let's call this button2. And now for the events down here, we don't check for the name of the button. Instead, we can check for the key of the button, which is not visible to the user, so we can name it whatever we want. And then let's say for the other element, this is button2. Now button1 works and button2 also works. And this sort of system by using keys is what you see much more often. Essentially, every single element you have in PySimpleGUI has the keyword parameter. And that, for some elements, is going to become incredibly important. And there is one convention in PySimpleGUI that you can or cannot follow. And that is that you usually name elements all in uppercase letters and then followed and preceded by a dash. This is what you see most keys being called. And I'm going to follow the system, but you don't have to if you don't like it. In my case, I want to stick as close as I can to the documentation. Let me rename these elements here. this is still going to work. So we get button and something else. Now, I guess there's one more thing that let's cover it right now. Right now, this text element is entirely static. So if I run the code, I can click on my text, but nothing is going to happen. Which essentially means that there's no event associated with this text. But we can enable an event for pretty much any element. And all we really need to do is add the keyword parameter enable events and set this to true. And now if I give this text a key, and let's call this one text. Now, if I copy this event and change the event text to text, I can print something else, and let's call this text was pressed. And I click on the text. We effectively turned the text into a button. And essentially what we have done here is we have enabled events for one element that by default doesn't have events. And this works for pretty much any other element as well. If you check the documentation, as soon as any element has this parameter, you can make it run events to turn it effectively into a button. And all right, with that, we have events. So next up, we have to talk about values. And values are kind of similar to events, except they return more information. Essentially, in PySimpleGUI, there are several elements that can contain values. The one we have already seen is input, and sgspin would also belong to this list. And values are essentially there to access the information they have stored. If we type something into input, we want to have access to that information. And this we get from values. And basically what happens is that all the elements that can contain values are storing it in one central dictionary. And this dictionary is called values. And essentially what you do with this dictionary is that the name or the key of each element is going to be the key, and then their content is going to be the value. And that way you can access each value inside of this values dictionary. And I guess there's one edge case where an element doesn't have a key, but does have a value. If that is the case, then PySimpleGUI is going to give it a key by default, which is just a number starting from 0 and going towards your last element. And okay, I think all of that is really hard to understand, so let's actually visualize it. Here we are back in the code, and let's say if I press on button 1, I don't want to print text, I want to print these values here. So I just want to print whatever values we get here. And if I run the code now, and I press on button, we get a dictionary with 2 elements. The first element says 0 and item 1. The second element says 1 and an empty string. And just to visualize what happens, if I write something in this input element, let's say the word raccoon, and if I now press this button again, now we get a 0 and item 1, and another key value pair that says 1 and raccoon. And essentially what is happening here is that this is the first key value pair. And this one doesn't have a name right now, which is why PySimpleGUI gives it the key of 0. And the value is the value that's currently being selected, which is item number 1 right now. And then the other element that we have is this input box here. And this one also doesn't have a key, so it gets the next highest number, which is 1, and the content it has right now is raccoon, this one here. And all the other elements, like text, like button, the other text, and the other button, do not appear in this list because they do not store values. The only elements we have right now that store values are the spin box and the input element. So only those 2 appear in this list. I guess what we can do now is to give one of them a key. Let's say for the input element, I want to give this a key that is called input. And now if I run this again, and in here, let's write another random string, red panda. And if I now press on the button, we can see now we have the input element with the associated value. So this is this element here. And that way you can access values. Essentially, if you only wanted, let's say, the values from the input element, you could just add a string after this with the key of the element you want to have. And now if you run this again, let's say kitten, and I want to press this, I am getting kitten. So this is working just fine. Now there is one more concept that we need to make the converter work, and that is updating elements. Essentially what that means is every element has an update method. And this update method you can use to change the value that is being displayed. For example, you could change the text, you could change the visibility, and you could change a ton more values. And this one is ultimately really simple. Let's have a look. In my code, let's say instead of printing the value I type into the input box, I want to use this value to update the first text element, this one here, with the key text right now. All I really have to do is to first get my window, and this window I can use like a dictionary. And then here, I just have to look for a specific key of whatever element we want to address. This text here is going to be this text, which is essentially our first element. On this element, I want to call an update method, and by default, without any keyword arguments, this is going to update the text. Now if I run this again, I can write, let's say, another name in here. If I now click the button, we have updated the text information. And this we can do as many times as we want. We always get whatever text we type in here. And this update method can do a lot of different things. The other argument you could pass in here would be visible, for example. And if you set this to false, if I now press the button, the text disappears. And with that, we have the fundamentals of PySimpleGUI. Essentially, all you need. You first of all have to understand the different elements and how to place them in the layout. Next, you need events and values. And finally, you need the update method. And if you understand these three concepts, you already understand about 80% of PySimpleGUI. It really doesn't get that much more complex. So what you are going to see for the rest of the tutorial is a refinement of these concepts. We are mostly going to learn about more elements. We are also going to learn about a few more tools for the layout, and we're going to learn about more things you can put into the update method. And I guess we're also going to learn how to style the app. But all of these things are pretty small. But all of these are going to be fairly small. If you could follow along so far, you are already able to make most of the apps that you could see in the introduction. But all right, let's actually make the converter. Here I am back in the code, and the first thing I want to do is to remove all of the stuff we had so far so I can start with a clean-ish sheet. This would be the most simple PySimpleGUI app. It's not really an app, it's more like a skeleton of an app, but at the very least we can see a window. And I would really recommend you to try to implement the converter yourself. If you have paid attention so far, you should already be able to create the converter. All right, now, first of all, I have to create a layout, and I want to have two rows. The first one is going to be composed of an input element, and besides that, I want to have a spin element. And the information for this spin element, let me just copy it, is going to be a list that looks like this. So we have kilometer to mile, kilogram to pound, and seconds to minutes. And now, besides that, on the second row, I want to have a single text element that by default is going to say output. So now if I run all of this, we already have some basic fields. Oh, I actually forgot there's supposed to be a button in here. So on the first row, we also want SG button. And let's say this one should say convert. So now let's try this. There we go. Now this is working. Now, next up, I want to give every single element a key so we can identify them a bit more easily. Every single one of them is going to get a key that is going to start and end with a dash. The input I'm going to call input. The spin element I am going to call units. And the button I'm going to call convert. And then the text element is going to be output. And I guess to make all of this easier to read, let me add a few more rows here. That is going to be better. Now we have all we need to create the app. And first of all, what I want to do is I want to check if the event has been convert, which essentially means that we have called this button here. And if that is the case, I want to read out the value inside of my input element. And let's store this in a separate value. Input value is going to be values. And in here, I want to look at my input element. Let's print the input value. I can press a number in here. If I click on convert, we are getting the number. Although right now we do have a problem. I could also write random text in here. And if I click on convert, this one would also be used, which I really don't want because we cannot convert words. So we want to check if the input value is numeric. And this you get with an if statement, that if input value is numeric. And if that is the case, let's say for now, we want to print whatever value we get. I can type in a number, this one is being printed, but if I now type in a word, this one is not being printed. And what we want to check now, let me run this again. I now, after I have some kind of number, let's say a 10, and I press the button, I want to check what unit is being selected. And this I get from values. And since this would be a couple of fairly simple if statement, we can use the match system in Python. So I want to look at my values inside of my units. And there are a couple of possible cases I can have. The first case would be the string kilometer to mile. And if that is the case, let me add another variable in here. I want to get my input value and multiply it with 0.06214. And this should just be 0.6, not 0.06. And all this number is for is to convert kilometers to miles. That's all it does. And now that we have that, I want to create an output string. And this literally is just going to be a simple f string where we get the input value and we say, let's say something kilometer are whatever output we get and miles. And now this output string I want to use to display for this output here. So at the end, once this match is over, I want to get my window. I want to look at my output field and I want to update it. And the text I want to add in here is going to be the output string. And now if I run this, let's say I'm going to type a 10 in here. I click on convert and we are getting an error. The problem is that this input value right now is a string. And Python cannot multiply a string with a number. So we have to convert this value here to a floating point number. And now this should be working. Let's run it again. Let me type a 10 in here. We can convert this. And we are getting a pretty long value. We probably want to round a tiny bit here. Other than that, this seems pretty good. Now, all I want to do is to round this value with, let's say, 2 decimal points. So if I run this again now, let's add 10 again, and we get 6.21. This is feeling significantly better. Now, all we have to do is to cover these two other use cases as well, and we should be done. So what I'm going to do is to copy this case 2 times. The second case is going to be kilogram to pound, and the third one is going to be seconds to minutes. And for kilogram to pound, we want to multiply with a different value, which is going to be 2.20462. And now we have to change kilometer to kilogram and miles to pounds. And then finally, for seconds to minutes, all we need is to divide whatever number we have by 60. Then the input value is going to be seconds, and we are converting this to minutes. And with that, we are pretty much done. Let's try. So let me add 60 in here. Now, kilometer to mile is going to be 37. Kilogram to pound is going to be 132. And seconds to minutes is going to be 1. So this is working really well. I guess one last thing that I would like to do is that if the user doesn't add a number in here, I want to print out a warning. And if this else is true, I want to get my output field and update the text to please enter a number. If I run this again, I can type in a word in here. If I now click on convert, we get please enter a number. And with that, we have our first app. Wasn't actually that hard. The entire thing takes about 38 lines of code. And we have a lot of empty space up here, which is super nice to work with. As a matter of fact, we can actually use PySimpleGUI to create a one-line app, which is something I haven't mentioned in the introduction, but it's going to be another app we are going to create in here. Right now, I only have PySimpleGUI imported. And what I can do is call sg.window. And in here, we can pass in, let's say, nothing for a title, because we don't care about it for this one. And now I can pass in 2 empty lists and read. And if I now run this, we are still going to get a window. And this window you can use to display basically whatever you want. So in here, I could add, for example, sg input. I could add, let's say, sg button. And let's call this one OK. And then sg, let's say another button that is going to be cancel. And now if I run this, we can see a pretty solid looking app written in a single line of code. And even better, what I can do, I can wrap the entire thing inside of a print statement. And now if I run this again, I can type any kind of word in here. If I click on OK, it disappears, but I do get the values returned. And this is really powerful if you just want a really simple GUI for like a warning or something in whatever program you have. You literally only need a single line of code to make this work, which is incredibly useful. But alright, this one is so simple it hardly counts. Let's implement the next proper program, and that is going to be a calculator. And this one is going to look like this. So we have a normal working calculator. Nothing special. Although there's one interesting thing about this calculator, that I can right-click on the text and change the theme. This is going to give me different themes I could be using with this calculator, which really isn't all that difficult to implement. I guess let's create this calculator. All right, so here we are in the program and I already have some basic skeleton. If I run this code, we can see a plain window that doesn't do anything right now. And I guess for the calculator, the very first thing that we are going to need is quite a lot of elements. Let me just go through what we are going to need. This is going to be our entire window. This one we already have, it's this one here. Now, at the top, I want to have a text element. Then I want to have 2 buttons right below that, and one is going to be enter, the other is going to be clear. And then below those buttons, I want to have all of the operation keys. So we have one row here, for example, and in there we would have 7, 8, and 9, and let's say divide. This could be 4, 5, 6, and multiplication. Then we have one more row. This would be 1, 2, 3, and let's say minus. And at the bottom, I want to have one button with 0. That is going to be a bit wider. Then I want to have a period. And finally, I want to have my plus button. So that is going to be the layout we have to create. And for now, we just know how to place elements, but we don't know how to make elements span the entire width of a row. And that's a major thing we are going to learn in this section. As a matter of fact, this section is going to be massively about customizing and styling our GUI. But before we can start with that, we, have to create all of the elements. So as a challenge, try to create this layout with the different elements. And you should be creating about 18 elements in total. So try this one yourself. I want to start by putting the individual lists inside of individual lines. That makes it easier to read. Now, first of all, I want SG text. And this one by default should be empty, but let's say for now, this could be output. On the next row, I want to have 2 buttons. So SG button, this one should be saying clear. And then I want to have another button, so SG button again. And this one should be saying enter. After I have that, I want to have one more row, and in here we need 4 buttons. We start with the button for 7, and then let me copy it. We have the button for 8, the button for 9, and then we need a button for the operation. And in my case, this one is going to be multiplication. So for now, we are just going to have a string in here. And now I want to copy this 2 times. So the next row is going to be the button 4, 5, and 6. And I guess the row below is going to be 1, 2, and 3. Now for the operation, we also need division and we need minus. Now we are almost done. I want to duplicate this line one more time. And now on this row, we only have 3 elements. We have the button for 0, we have a period, and we have a plus all the way at the end. So now let's run all of this, and this is looking absolutely horrendous. I guess we do have a layout, but this really isn't something you would want to use. It just looks terrible. So this is something we have to work on. And I guess this is bringing us to a really important topic in PySimpleGUI. And that is how to customize elements. And in here, you essentially have a couple of different choices. Number one is you can set a theme. And this one essentially influences the color choices. So if you want a different colored background, different colors for the buttons, that kind of thing. And besides this one, we have set options. And this one is much more about the size of elements, what font we have, how much padding we have, this sort of thing. And finally, for each individual element, we also have a lot of customization options. And that one kind of combines the 2 previous options. So for example, if we have a button, we could change the color in the theme and we could change the size in the options. But then we could also override all of this inside of each individual element. And that way you have a lot of flexibility. But all right, I guess let's implement all of this. And let's go through them one by one. Now, to set a specific theme, you need to call sg.theme. And where you call this method here is really important. For now, I call it before the window and after the layout. You will see in a second why that really matters. And in here, we only need one argument, which is a string. And the string should give us a name of a theme. One theme, for example, would be dark. And if I run this, we can see we have a different background, but each individual element still has the default styling. The reason for that is that all of these elements were created before we are changing the theme. So all of this gets the default styling, then we are changing the theme, then we are creating the window. So only the window is being updated. Now, to change that, all you really have to do is call sgtheme before you create any kind of element, or at the very least before the element you want to style. So now we have a much better looking app. And in here, you do have quite a few different styling options. Another one would be called gray, gray, gray. And this one is like an old Windows styling. Now, the question you might be having now is how can you tell which themes are available? And the easiest choice to get this is to just type whatever, like a random string in here. If I run the code now, PySimpleGUI is giving me a random theme and shows me all the available ones. And the random one it has picked for us is dark brown 7. And now if you want to pick one specific one in here, you can just copy the string. For example, we could go with blue mono. And let's see how that is going to look. Now this is, well, a more bluish font. And for now, the theme I would like to go with is called light gray 1. And if I run this, we have a white background with some blue buttons. But later on, we are going to learn how to change the theme while the program is open. But for now, don't worry about it. Now you could also create your own theme, but I'm not going to cover that because I think that's a bit more advanced. But it really isn't that hard to do if you read the documentation. Next up, we have sg.set_options. And in here, you can, well, set different options for the general feeling of the program. A really important one in here would be the font. And in the font, you can basically set a font and a font size as part of one string. So for example, I think a font that everybody has is called Calibri. And for the font size, let's say 40, so you can definitely tell what's going on. If I run this now, we have some giant text with a different font. And you can set quite a few more things in here. And here we have all the options that are available. So the one we have just used, if I can find it really quick, is up here, the font. And well, you could also change the background color, input text color in general, a lot of different things you could be working with. And if you scroll down a tiny bit more, you can see a bit more detail on all the individual options. Although I guess some information needs to be added here. But that's not really that hard to add. If you want to understand this, just read through here and this tells you what you need to know. What do I want to do in here? First of all, for my font, I want to have the Franklin font and my default font size should be something like 20. If I run this now, we have the font may be a bit large. Let's say a default font of 14. Yeah, this does feel better. Now, there is another option I want to go for, and that is button element underscore size. For this one, we need a tuple with the width and the height. And importantly here, this is not pixel information. Instead, we use the size of characters, so that a width of, for example, 6 and 3 would be 6 characters wide and 3 characters high. It's going to take you some time to get used to this, but you will get there. If I run this, we get something weird. All of our buttons are much taller, but not really wider. And I'm not actually sure why this is happening. It might be here that the buttons are constrained by the window itself. And this is actually bringing us to the third way to customize elements. And that is for each individual element in here, we can set some custom parameters. Let's start with the 7 here. And what I want to do here is set a size. And the size for this button, I want to set to 6 and 3. And now if I run this, now the button for 7 looks much nicer. And essentially what I want to do is set a button underscore size, and this one should be 6 and 3. And now for the size, I want to have my button size and copy this to almost all of the elements that we have. So we need those as well. And if I go a bit further, those need the button size as well. And this plus and this period needed too. Now let's try this again. And we are definitely making some progress. So now most of our buttons look okay, but we have a couple of outliers. This 0 here and the clear and enter button in particular look kind of bad. And basically what I want to do is that I want to have this 0 span 2 widths of a button. For clear and enter, clear should take the first 2 buttons and enter should take the other 2. So essentially what we want the buttons to do is to span the entire available width on their row. And for that, we have a fairly simple parameter. And this one is called expand x. Let me type it for the 0. Expand x should be true. And if I run this now, this is looking significantly better. And I want to do the same thing for my clear button and for my enter button. So now if I run this, this is looking like a proper GUI. And all of the buttons still work. We are going to add functionality in just a bit. There is one more thing that I want to work on, and that is the output should be a bit better customized. And in here, first of all, I want to set a custom font. So font, and this one I want to have Franklin, and it should be a font size of 26. So if I run this now, we have much bigger text. But now I want this output to be on the right side of the GUI. And to achieve that, we basically have 2 different ways of doing it. First of all, we could work with the alignment. Right now, there is a box around this text that looks like this. Remember, the element we have here is just a box that is always on the left side of the row. And this box we could stretch out to cover the entire row. And then inside of this new element, we could tell the text to always be aligned to the center of the box. This would be the first approach. But there is also another approach, that we could add another element to the left of the output text and tell this element to span as much space as it can. And that way we will push output all the way to the right. And I guess let's implement both approaches. That is going to explain things quite well. All right, for the first approach, there is one more argument we can use, and that is called justification. And by default, this is left, but I want to change this to center. So we are centering the text. If I run this now, we can see that nothing has changed. The reason being here that this output element only has a width that is about this wide. Inside of here, it doesn't matter if the text is on the left, in the center, or to the right in terms of alignment, because the box is only as wide as the text. So where we align it is irrelevant. But if we make the box wider, which we would do by calling expand x and setting this to true, now we have text in the center, and I can set this now to right, and the text would be on the right side. The other approach we could take is, let me duplicate this line and comment out the first one. So if I didn't want to work with justification, what I could also do is to add another element to the left of the text. And the element we want to add here is called SG and push. Now, if I run this, we have the same result. And essentially what happens now is that SG push is an invisible element that covers as much width as it can, which in our case is this area here. And we are going to see SG push later on, but for now, I am happy to stick by using the justification and expand x. Now, finally, there's one more thing that I would like to do, and that is to add some padding. And I think this could be a good challenge for you. Let me open up the documentation for the text element. Here you can see all the different parameters the text element has. And what I want you guys to do is to set some padding for this text. In my case, I went with something like 10 for the horizontal axis and 20 for the vertical axis. But you could set whatever you want. So try this yourself. All right, the padding parameter is called pad. And in here, we need a tuple. And the tuple needs the horizontal and the vertical padding. Now for the horizontal padding, I want to go with 10. For the vertical, I want to go with 20. And with that, we have some more space between our output text and the rest of the buttons. And I guess just to emphasize what's happening here, let's set this to 200. And now you can really see what's going on. And I guess now, since we are still talking about styling, we could talk about how to dynamically update this layout here to set a different theme. And for that to work, we need to make a couple of changes. But let me generally talk about what we are going to do. This window here, we want to close when we choose a different theme and then recreate a new window with a new theme. Essentially, what I want to do is to create a function. Let's call this one create window. And when we create this, the user should pass in a theme. Inside of this function, we are doing all of this here. So let me indent it all by one line. For the theme, we don't choose light gray 1, we just choose whatever theme was passed into this function. Now, set options still works, button size and layout are all still fine. At the end, I want to return SG window, and now I can just copy the arguments we already have down here. And this puts my entire window inside of one function. What this allows me to do is call create window, and the theme I had so far was called light gray 1. So now we should be seeing the same outcome. And if I run this, we do. There's no change in terms of functionality so far. But what I can do now is just pass in a different string in here, let's say dark. And now we get different kinds of windows. So now what we want to implement is a menu where we can pick from different options. And once we are clicking on these options, we want to create a new window with a different theme. And I guess for that, we first of all have to implement a menu. First of all, I am going to need some options here. So let me add a variable that I called theme menu. And we need a specific format here. We first need one string, and that's basically the name of the menu. Let's call this one menu. And for the second argument, we need another list, and this one should contain all of our options for this menu. In my case, that list is going to look like, let me copy it. It looks like this. We have a list with light gray 1, dark gray 8, and random. Which means we would have 4 different options for this menu. And I guess let me put all the arguments for the text element on separate lines so it's a bit easier to read. This is much better. Essentially what I want to do is to add another argument in here. And the argument I want is right_click_menu. And in here, I just want to add my theme menu. And now if I run all of this again, we can't really see a difference, but if I right click on the text, now we can see the menu. And right now, nothing is really happening if I click on any of the options. Essentially, what is going to happen is that each of these elements are effectively a button. So if we click on any of them, an event with their name is going to be called. If the event is in this list here. So what I want to look for is if the event is in theme menu with the index 1, which is just going to be another list with some strings. And now if that is the case, let's just print event and let's see what we get. I can right click, and if I click on light gray 1, we get light gray 1, we get dark gray 8, and we get random. We essentially just get a string returned. And now all we really have to do is to close our current window, which we do with window.close. Right now, if I just clicked on any of this, we would end the application. But now what we can do is to just create a new window. And this happens with create window. And now we can just pass in the event we just got, which is going to be a valid theme for another name. And now, if I try this again, we get different themes. And if I click on random, essentially what is happening is that random isn't a valid name for a theme. So PySimpleGUI is giving us a random theme as a consequence. I guess a little bit of a hack, but it does work for now. And all right, with that, we have all of the styling and the layout. So now we can actually start working on the calculator itself. And let's just go through this one by one. And let me minimize the theming so we have a bit more space. First of all, I want to check if any of the numbers were pressed. So I want to check if the event is in, and in here we need all the numbers from 0 to 9 and the period. Let me just copy it so I save me some writing. If that is the case, I want to print the event. So now if I run this again, I can click on the various button fields and I always get the right number. Now besides that, I also want to check if the event is inside of the operator keys. And this is just going to be another list of strings that is looking like this. And if that is the case, let's print the event for this one. So now I also get multiplication, division, minus, and plus. The two other buttons that we have is if event is equal to enter, and then I want to print the event again. And finally, the last button is if event is equal to clear. And if that is the case, let's print the event as well. All right, so now let's try all of this. We have clear, we have enter, and we have all of the other buttons. So with that, we can check for different inputs. And now let's start working on the first problem. So let me run this again. And let's say I'm pressing 7 and 8. I can individually print these two numbers. But what I actually want to do is to have the output 78. So how can I combine these two numbers into a single string? And in my case, what I have done, let me close this. I have created another list. And this one I called current num. And for now, it's just an empty list. And essentially what we are doing, if we are pressing any button, I want to get my current number and append whatever event we get, any of these numbers or the period. And this number I can turn into a string. So let's call it num string. And all I really need in here is a string and the join method. And then here I want to pass in my current number. So if I print this num string and run this again, I can click on 7 and 8 and 5, and we always get a longer number. So now we are making longer numbers. All we have to do now is to actually change the text. And for that to work, I actually have to reopen my create window method. Because in here, we have to set some keys. Most importantly, the text is going to need a key. And the key I gave it is just going to be text. And if you wanted to be more thorough, you could set keys for all the other elements as well, but in my case, we don't really need it. So, all right, now what I want to do, instead of just printing this string, I want to get my window and I want to look at my text. And in here, I want to update whatever information we have with the num string. And now let's try this again. And I get some output. This is already working really nicely. We have to work on the operators. And for those to work, I have created another list. And this I call full operation. And this is also going to be a list. And now, whenever we press a button, I want to get my full operation and append what is currently in the current number. And this should be appended as a string. So let me copy it from the num string, and I just want to append this number. And then I also want to get my current number and empty whatever is in there. Finally, I want to get my full operation and append the event, any of these strings here. And once we have done that, let's just print what we get for full operation. So now I can click on 7 and 8 and on a plus, and now on a 3 and whatever numbers we have, another plus, let's say another minus. I guess this one doesn't work perfectly, but you get the idea. We have a string, we have an operator, we have another string that is a number, another operator, and so on. Although there's one thing I forgot, that after we click an operator, I want to empty the text field. So let me copy it from here, and I just want to pass in an empty string for the output field. And now all we have to do for the enter button is that I first of all want to get the full operation and append what is currently in my current number. So let me copy it from there and in there. Why have we done this? Let's say we are pressing 78 and then minus 10. And now if I press enter, I want this 10 to be added to my full operation. So if I click on enter, something is happening. And now what is making all of this work is the eval function. It comes with Python. And all this really wants is a string with math operations inside. So for example, what we could pass inside of here is 2 plus 2. And obviously we have to print whatever we get. So if I run this, we are getting 4. Python calculates this string for us. This we can use and store it in a result. And what we want to evaluate is our full operation, although we do have to turn it into a string. So essentially what I want to do is get a string and join my full operation into the string. And now all I have to do is to get my window and the text element again, update this, and pass in the result. If I type 5 multiplied by 6, I click on enter, and we are getting the result. This is working just fine. Besides that, what we have to do is I want to empty full operation. So if we click on anything else, we're not getting some weird results. And we are actually almost done. The last thing we have to do is to implement functionality for the clear button. And this, I think, could become a good challenge for you. Try to figure this one out for yourself. If we are clicking on the clear button, all the input disappears and we are essentially starting from scratch again. Current number, set it to an empty list, and I want to get my full operation, and this one should also be an empty list. And finally, I want to get my window text. Let me copy it from here and set this to an empty string. I can have any kind of operation in here. And if I clear it, we are starting from scratch. And with that, we are done. Oh, I guess the one last thing I want to change is this output by default should be empty. And that is happening inside of here. Let me empty it. And now we are starting properly. And with that, we have a working calculator. Now, obviously, this isn't working perfectly yet, and there are a few bugs, but I'm not so concerned about that. With that, we have a calculator. And with that, let's start working on the stopwatch. And the stopwatch is going to look something like this. We have a fairly customized window, and if I click on start, we get a stopwatch. I can also take a lap, and we get the information about the time. And now if I click on stop, we can reset the entire thing and start again. And that's just about it. It's not really complicated. It's mostly about styling and a few more smaller things. Let's implement this thing. Here we have the basic skeleton setup again. If I run all of this, we can see the plain window. First of all, again, we have to create a couple of elements. Let me put them over several lines. And at the minimum, we are going to need 2 rows, one with the time and one with the buttons. So SG text, and in here, let's say time for now, but we're going to change this later quite a bit. And besides that, I want to have another row, so another list. And then here, I want to have a button that is saying start. And besides that, I want to have another SG button that is going to say lab. And if I run this now, we have a super simple timer layout. Obviously, it doesn't look very good. So we have to work quite a bit more on the customization here. And first of all, when we are creating this window, I can pass in a few more arguments. Let me put all of this on separate lines as well. And in here, one argument we can pass in is the size. And this wants a tuple with the width and the height, and those are numbers in pixels. So in my case, I want the window to be 300 by 300 pixels. And now we have a much larger window. What I can also set is no title bar and put this as true. Although do not run the app yet, because you wouldn't be able to close it. So in our case, I want for now to use the start button to close the entire app, which basically means if the event is in the list of SG closed or start. So now if I run this, we have a much cleaner looking setup. And if I click on start, we are closing the entire thing. The window element has even more options you can play around with, but in my case, I'm happy with those. Besides that, we can also use a theme to customize things a bit more. All the way at the top, I want to call SG theme, and I want to pass in black in here. And now if I run this, we get a much better looking setup. Although now we do have a very obvious problem that this stuff here should be more in the center. So I want this roughly to be here. And for that, we need a couple of things. First of all, in the element, I can set what is called element underscore justification. And in here, the default is left. If I set this to right, we have all of our elements on the right. And besides that, we can add center. And now all of this is in the center. Now, how can we center all of this on the vertical axis? And for that, we need 2 more elements. We have kind of already seen what to do. So let me add another list. And what I would like to add in here is SG and V push, short for vertical push. And what this element essentially does is it takes as much vertical space as it can until it finds another element. So this V push here is this entire thing. But now all of our elements are at the bottom, which also doesn't help us very much. So what we have to do now is copy this V push element again, paste it at the end, and now this is in the middle. We have one V push element here and one V push element here, and they are aware of the other elements. So if there's something in the way, they only push all the way up till here and from here to here. There's one more thing that I would like to add, and that is an X in the top right, so roughly here, that is closing the application. And for that, we are going to need an image. Or well, we need an image and we need an image element. And well, let's just add it. All the way at the top, I want to add another row. And what I want to pass in here is sg.image. And in here, we just want to have a path to an image. In my case, in the same folder where my file is, there's also an image. If I open the folder, we have Stopwatch and we have cross. And this cross I want to import. All I need is cross.png. And if I run this now, we can see the small cross all the way at the top. The issue now is that this is centered in the middle, whereas I want to have it in the top right. And the way to fix that is, well, it could actually be a good challenge for you. So try to place this image in the top right and see if you can figure this one out. Essentially, all we have to do is SG and push. And now the cross is in the top right. I guess another thing that we could be doing is if this image has any kind of padding, so pad, and you could set this to 0. And now we have removed a tiny bit of space, I think. Now I actually want to use this image as a button. And this could actually be a better challenge. So turn this image into a button, like we have done with the text a while back. And this button should then close the entire window. So see if you can figure this one out. All we need is to first of all enable events and set this to true. And besides that, we also need a key. And the key for this one, I want to set as close. And now I want to check if the event is in when closed or in close. And now let's try this. If I click on the X, the window disappears. So with that, we have a reasonable setup. One additional thing is the button color. So these two buttons right now, I want to customize a tiny bit more. And I guess the text could also be customized. Let's start on the text actually. And here, the only thing I want to set is the font. In my case, I want to go with the font Young 50. If I run this again, now we have a much larger text. Although I think Young as a font is not pre-installed on most computers. You can get it from this website here. It is 100% free. You don't have to pay anything. You can just download it and you are good to go. But if you couldn't be asked, literally any other font would work in here. Now, besides that, I also want to work on the buttons. And in here, I want to change two attributes. The first one is the button color. And in here, we need a hexadecimal color value. This one always starts with a hashtag. And now we need the amount of red, the amount of green, and the amount of blue. And each of those would be 2 values. And the scaling here goes from 0 to F. So it's 0 to 9, and then we have A, B, C, D, E, and F. So F and F would be the highest value, and 0 and 0 would be the lowest value. If I just said F and F for red, and 0 for everything else, we would have a red button. And we do. This is looking nice. And I want to do the same thing for the other button, so we have a bit of consistency. And now we have 2 red buttons. And besides that, I don't really like this slight bevel around the button, so the white line in the top left. And this you can get rid of by just setting the border width to 0. And now if I run this again, this thing disappeared. And this I want to do for both buttons. So let me paste it in here, and this is looking significantly cleaner. And now the last thing I want to work on is if I click on the button by default, it's going to be black, which, well, isn't ideal. So what I want to do, if we are pressing the button, it should turn white. And for that, we need the button color again. What we have to do is give this button color a tuple. And in here, let me copy this one and paste it in twice. And now if I change the first one to all Fs, so this one would be a white color. If I run this again, and if I click on the button, now we get a white background. And we also get white text, which is what I want. With that, I can just copy this entire thing again and change the button color here as well. And now if I run this, we get some much nicer looking GUI. I guess this is getting a bit hard to read. Let's put all of this over several lines, and that is much better. Let's start working on the actual timer. And for that, we are going to need another module. And that is from time import time. And all that time does is it shows us the current time. Or more specifically, it shows us the seconds that have passed since 1970, I think. It doesn't really matter what it is. I'll show you in a second how it works. Let me minimize all the other elements so we have a bit more space. Although, before we start actually working on this, I want to give every element we work with a proper key, so things are a bit cleaner. Now, first of all, for the text, this one should have a key that I have called the time. And don't forget the dashes, there we go. Now, the start button should have a key that I have called start stop, because that's the function of the button. That's going to come in just a second. And finally, we have the lab button, and this one I just called lab. Now we can actually work with this. So let me minimize them. And now in my event loop, I have to check for some events. First of all, I want to check if event is equal to start stop. And if that is the case, let me just print time and let's see what we get. So if I click on start, we get a very long number. And if I click multiple times, this number is increasing by a very small amount. So I think these are the seconds since 1970, and these are the milliseconds. It is a very precise timer. Now, the actual numbers we don't care about. All we care about is the time we are pressing the button and then the time that has passed since then. So I want to create another variable that I called start time. And this by default is going to be 0. And if I click on the start button, this start time should be our current time. And now that we're here, I want to set the timer to active. So I want to add another variable, let's call it active. By default, this one is going to be false. And once we are clicking on the start button, I want to set active to true. And now after this button, I want to check if active, and if that is the case, I can get my elapsed time. And this I get with my current time minus my start time. Time here is always the current time, and start time is whenever we click the button. Now, this number is going to show us a ton of milliseconds, which I don't care about. So I want to round this with one number after the decimal point. I can get my window and the time, I think I called it, and I can update this to my elapsed time. And if I run this now, I can click on start and nothing is happening. And if I click on start again, we get 0 and 0. But if I click on lab, we get 1, 1.9, 2.6, and now it's increasing. What is happening here? And this is actually the problem we have seen very early on. And it's this line here. PySimpleGUI is waiting for anything in the app to happen. So we only get past this read method if some kind of button is being pressed. And in our case, we can only press the start button, so this one here, or the lab button, which we don't have in here right now. Now, if we're clicking the start button, we will set the start time to 0, and then we are checking the elapsed time. And then we are returning to this and not doing anything, so we remain at 0 and 0. But if we are pressing the labs button, then we don't call this event here, so then we actually get a proper time. So then this one is working. But obviously we can't have a timer that only works if we press a button. Essentially what we want is that this read method here times out after a couple of milliseconds. And for that purpose, the read method literally has a timeout method. And in here, you can set the milliseconds after it should time out. In my case, I want 10. So now if I run this again, I can click on start, and now we have a timer. And I guess now let me run it again. If I click on start, and the timer is running, but if I now click on start, we are starting again from 0. And if I click on lab, not much is happening at all. So we have to work on these two buttons. All of that is going to happen inside of this while true loop. In here, first of all, let's update the start and the lab button once we actually start the timer. What I want to do is to get my window, and I want to have my start stop button. And I want to update the text to stop. This scenario here, let's say right now, this is active. And now I can copy this, and I want to get my lab. For this one, I only want to make this button visible once the timer is active. So now visible should be true. And by default, so when I create the layout, this button here should be invisible. I want to set visible to false. And now if I run this, we can only see the start button. If I click on start, we can see the lab button, and now the start button became stop. But if I click on stop, well, we start again, but we don't really stop. So we have to work on that one. And essentially what that means, if I click on this button, I first want to check if active is true. And if that is the case, I want to do something. For now, it's going to be pass. And if that is not the case, I want to do something else. So in the else statement, for now, I want to have this code here. Let me remove the comment. It's going to be a bit confusing. This code snippet here is going to be from start to active. And this snippet here is going to be from active to, let's call it stop. And all I really want to do in here is set active to false. And now I have to update the buttons themselves. Let me copy them from here. I want to set my start stop button to reset. And the lab button should become invisible again. And let's run this now. I can see a start button. If I click on it, now it's stop and lab. And if I click on stop, the timer actually stops. And now our button says reset. And if I click on reset, we start again from 0. Although we do have to work with this a tiny bit more. But for now, this isn't all that bad. There's one more thing that I would like to check for, and that happens inside of this else statement. So we already have from start to active. Besides that, I also want to check from stop to reset. Let's say the scenario is my clock is active, so we are in here and I click on stop. Now we are here, that my button is stopped and we want to reset it. Right now, this thing is happening here, but I do want to have a bit more control. And essentially, what we have to do is figure out how to separate these different states. And the easiest way to do that is to add another if statement. If the start time is greater than 0, we know we already used the timer once. But if that is not the case, so else, then we are starting from scratch. Here we can add some code that we have a timer that we stopped and now we want to do something else. And what I want to do in here is to close the entire window, and then I want to window and create a new window. That's going to be very similar compared to the function we created in the last video. And then again, I want to set the start time back to 0. Now, we, for now at least, didn't necessarily need to close the window and create a whole new one. But we are going to make some changes in just a second for the lab button that does necessitate this sort of change. So we want to create a function that creates a whole new window. Let's do it all the way at the top. All I really want in here is define create window. There are no arguments we need. And basically all I want is to indent all of this once, paste it in here. And then at the end of this, I want to return this SG window. So let me cut it all out, paste it in here, indent things properly. And now window is going to be create window. And let's try. It still works. I can click on start. And now if I click on stop and reset, we get a whole new window. That way, whatever we created earlier is going to disappear. Now, there is one more thing that we need. Let me actually run it again, and that is the lab button. If I click on lab, I want to have some text below the stopwatch that says what lab I'm currently on and what the time is. And for that, we need to learn about a new method that is kind of important. And I think if we implement this straight away, let me first check for if event is equal to lab. And in here, what I want to do, I want to get my window and I want to extend the layout. And basically what that means is that we are adding another element to our currently existing layout, like some text for our current lab. And in here, we need a container and we need an element. For now, the container is going to be the window itself. And the element we want is going to be sg.text. Let's just say test. Although if I run this and click on lab, PySimpleGUI is going to complain that this text object is not iterable. What it wants is to put all of this inside of a nested list. And now let's try this again. I can click on start, I can click on lab, and now we can see test. And now this is where we are recreating the entire window. So if I click on stop, we still have all of these labs open. But now if I click on reset, they all disappear because we are creating a whole new window. And this is what these lines here were for. But now we have a problem that all of these text elements are not centered. The reason is that when we are creating in our window this element justification, it only works for the elements we already have, so all of these. But if we add any other element after that, that element is going to have the default element justification, which is going to be left. And to fix this, we are going to need another element. And let me add it straight in here. What we need is called sg_column. And this is an element you cannot actually see. It just organizes other elements. It essentially places them inside of a column. And by default, this one needs a nested list again. What we could, for example, do is add sg_text, and this would be row 1. And now on the next list, we could add another element, let's say sg_text again, and row 2. So if I run the code now, we can see 2 rows. And those 2 text elements are inside of one element. Essentially, the column here is justified to the center, but the rows inside of it are just free-flowing. And what we are going to do is we are going to add elements dynamically to this column while the app is running. And for that, it first of all needs to get a key. And the key I want to give it is going to be, let's call it labs. So now all I want to do, all the way at the bottom, instead of the window, I want to target my window, and in here I want to have my labs. And now I am just going to add some text to it. But let's try this. So if I click on start now, I have my lab, and now the lab is properly centered. And the format I want in here should look something like this. I want my lab amount, let's say a 1, then I want a divider, and then I want the time. So let's say 0.7 or whatever. Every time we add elements, this should be one row with 3 different elements. We have, let's say, a 1 for now, then I want to add another element, and that is going to be SG and V separator. And that, you're going to see in a second what this one does. And after that, I want to copy my text again, and this one should just say the time. If I run this now, I click on start and lab, and the V separator is just a straight line. And now we have a lab on the left and a time on the right. So we just have to make this a bit more flexible. Let's start with the actual lab number. In here, after we are creating the window, I want to add another variable. Let's call it lab amount. And by default, this is going to be 1. And now, when we are creating the text down here, this is going to get the lab amount. And after we are doing this, lab amount plus equal 1. Now if I run this again, I can have lab amounts that update, and this is working just fine. And next up, I need the proper current time. And for that, instead of adding the time in here, I want to get my elapsed time. And now I can run this again. I can click on lab, and we get the elapsed time. I can click on stop and reset, and we are back to the start. I guess one more thing that we do have to do is in here, when we are restarting the window, I want to set the lab amount back to 1. And the final thing for this one, when the app is starting, it shouldn't say time, it should just be empty. So now I think we are done. Let's run this again. We just have the start button. If I click on it, we get the time. I can click on the lab. This is working fine as well. And if I stop, we have the time. I can click on reset and we're good to go. Cool. So with that, we have a stopwatch. And next up, let's create a text editor. And this one is going to look something like this. We have a menu where we can open, save, and exit. We can check the word count and we can add smileys. And then we have a big field where we can type in random words. And this works over multiple lines as well. And if you add a smiley, let's say this one, it, well, adds a smiley. A fairly simple text editor. And the really interesting one about it is I can click on save. And now I can save the file. Let's save it as test. Now what I can do is get rid of all of this and open a file. And in here, I have the test I just saved. And if I open this one, we have the text we just typed back. So an actually working text editor. And I guess you can also check the word count. It's fairly straightforward. Let's implement it. And here again, we have our skeleton app. If I run this, we can see the basic thing we always get at the start. And first of all, in here, I need to create a layout. Let me put it again on multiple lines so it's easier to read. And in here, we are going to see 2 more elements. The first one is called SG and menu. In here, we need some kind of menu layout as an argument. That is not how you spell that. I'm going to create that in just a second. For now, let me add the other elements first. Besides that, I want to have a simple SG and text element that by default is going to say untitled. And let's capitalize it. This later on is going to be the document name. As a matter of fact, let's give it a key straight away, and let's call this one doc name. And finally, we need one more element, and that is called SG multi-line, which is a multi-line input element. And for now, let me comment out the menu so we don't get an error. And if I run this, we have some text element and we have some input element that we can type in. Now for the menu, we are going to need another variable. And this one I called menu layout. And in here, we need one list first of all. And then inside of this list, we need more nested lists. Each of those lists is going to be very similar compared to the right-click menu we created earlier. So we first of all need the name of the entire menu. Let's call this one file. And the second element inside of the list should be another list. And in here is the content of this file menu. What I have put in here is going to be a list with these elements here. We have open, save, a divider, and exit. Now we have a menu at the top and we have file. And if I click on it, we have open, save, and exit with a divider between save and exit. And this is what we get with 3 dashes. Now, besides that, I want to have a few more elements. Let me just copy them. So we have tools, and this one only has one submenu. It's called word count. And add is going to have smileys. Now, what is smileys? And well, smileys is going to be another variable. Smileys, it's going to look like this. And let me put it over a couple of lines so it's easier to read. What we have in here is again one list, but inside of this list we have a string, then we have a list, then we have another string, another list, another string, and another list. First string is always the title for the subsequent menu. So happy is going to be the title for all of these elements, sad is going to be the title for all of these elements. And if I run this, it should make more sense. So now tools, we have word count, but in add, we have happy, we have sad, and we have other. This is what I think one of the limitations of PySimpleGUI, that the entire framework really likes to have a list with a list inside, and this list contains other lists. It's more or less a Russian nesting doll composed of different lists, which can be very confusing to work with. So I feel like all of this could be simplified quite a bit by using dictionaries. If you work with this yourself, be ready, you have to create a lot of different lists. Now, how can we work with these lists? And here the same system applies that we have seen earlier. Each of these strings is going to be a button. All we have to check for is the name for each of these. Word count should be the easiest, so I want to check if event is going to be word count. And if that is the case, let's say print for now test. We have tools, I check word count, and we get test. For this to work properly, especially for the smileys, we ideally want a list with all of these buttons here. So we don't care about happy, sad, or other, we just care about these lists here. I created another list that I called smiley events. And all this really does is it gets smileys with the first index, that is this one here. And then I add smileys with the third index and smileys with the fifth index. Smileys 3 is this list here, and smileys 5 is this list at the end. I guess you could make this a bit more flexible, but since this is such a simple app, I didn't really care so much. Let me minimize these things because they are taking up a ton of space. Before we start, I really want to set the styling of this thing to something that looks a little bit better. And for that, I just need SG theme. And in here, I want to have the theme gray, gray, and gray. And if I run this, we get a very gray theme. I also want to change the styling of this multi-line element. No scroll bar, and this should be true. And besides that, I want to give it a size, which in my case should be 40 and 30. So if I run this one now, we have a much bigger text box. While we are here, let's give this one a key. And I call this one text box. So now we can minimize the layout and not worry about it anymore. Now I guess we can start working. Let's start working on the word count. We already have that one. And what I want to do in here is to show a pop-up with the amount of words and the amount of characters. And for that to work, we first of all need a pop-up. And this we get very easily. All we need is SG and pop-up. We are literally creating a new element on the fly. And this one only wants a string. Let's say pop-up in here. And now if I run this and I click on word count, we get pop-up. And if I click on OK, it disappears. You will see in this part especially that PySimpleGUI has a couple of elements that are only really supposed to be created for a short while and then they disappear. When we are opening and saving files, a very similar system is going to be in place. But all I want to do in here is to display the amount of words we have and the amount of characters we have. For that to work, we first of all have to get our full text. And the full text we again get from our values. And in here, I want to look at my text box. I guess we haven't used values in quite a while, but it's just what's being returned from all the elements that can contain values. let's print whatever we get from the values. I want to get the full text. Let's run this and let me type in something random over multiple lines. And now if I click on tools and word count, we get something random over multiple lines. So we're just reading out the values here. Now, how can I get the character count and the word count? And let's put this over separate lines. First of all, I want to get my word count. For this one, I kind of have a problem. Let me illustrate. So first of all, obviously when I count the words, I want to ignore all the spaces. I want to get my full text and split this one, and I want to split this wherever we have a space. So now let's just print the word count. So I can type something random in here, and on my tools, I get something random and then a line break, and in here. We have to get rid of the line break. And the easiest way to avoid this is before we are splitting this string, I want to run another method. That is called replace. And let me spell it properly. And essentially, I want to replace a line break with an empty space. And this empty space, we are then going to get rid with this split line here. So now let me try this again. We have test 1, test 2, and line number 3. If I run this now, all of the elements that are surrounded by spaces are, well, their own words. And well, this is looking really good. What I want to do, I want to rename this word count to clean text. And my word count is going to be the length of this clean text. And now what I can also do is to get my character count. And this one I get with the length of an empty string with join. And in here, I want to add my clean text. And now let's print the word count. So I can add test 1. If I click on word count, we get 2 words. And if I instead add the character count in here and run this again, so test 2, we get 5 characters. This one is working just fine. All I have to do now is to add an F string in here that starts with words. And in this F string, I have my word count. Afterwards, I am adding a line break, and then I am adding my characters. And in here, I am adding my character count. So now let's try test number 3 as separate words. And my word count, we have 2 words and 5 characters, and we are done. With that, we have covered the word count. Wasn't actually that bad. Now, next up, we can start working on adding the smileys. All we really want to do is, first of all, like we have done with the calculator, is check if we have any kind of event that is inside of this list here. What that means is if event in smiley events. And if that is the case, I want to print that event. Let's try this one now. I can click on add, let's say other, and we get that other smiley. And the logic in here is going to be fairly simple now. We first of all are going to extract the text from our text box. Then we are going to add the string for the smiley to it. And then we are going to set the text of the text box to our new text. And try to implement this one yourself. It really shouldn't be all that hard. All we have to do is, first of all, I want to get the current text. And this we get with values again. And I want to have my text box. And now let's print what we get. So my current text. Let's run this. So something, something, something. And if I click on any kind of smiley, we get the text we have. But I don't just want the text we have. I want to create a new text. And this happens with my current text plus a space and then plus the event. So the text of the smiley. And finally, all we have to do is to get the window and identify the text box element and update this one with the new text. And now we are done. I can write test something in here, and I can add a sad smiley. And there we go, we have a smiley. I could add a happy smiley, I could add a random smiley. They all work just fine. Now, all we have to do, let me add it here, is to add if the event is equal to open. And for now, let me add a pass in here. And besides that, if the event is save. We want to save and open a file. Let's start with opening a file. That one, well, they're both very easy, but this one should be slightly easier. First of all, we need some kind of file explorer to find a file. And this happens with sg.pop up and get_file. And in here, we are going to need, at the very least, a name. In my case, just open is fine. Now let's run this. And if I click on File and Open, we get another dialog, and in here I can browse. And right now we are in the file folder I have shown in the introduction. And what we have in here is one file called test. And if I click on Open, it returns a path to that file as a string. And really all I want to do is to save this as a file path. And there's one more thing we can add in here. And that is to add one argument that is called noWindow, and that should be true. Because if we're doing that, we are skipping this intermediary dialog. So now we go straight to the file explorer, and I can click on the file, and now this is being returned to file path. You probably always want window true to be the case. I find this intermediary window kind of useless, to be honest, but it's entirely up to you. Now, what we want to do, if there is a file path, then I want to import this file. And for that to work, we need another module. And this one is called from pathlib import path. And this comes with Python. You should already have it. And now what I want to do is I want to get my file and run path and use the file path here. Now, what can we do with that file? And if I print this, you're going to see it in a second, because this new file has one particular method that is called read.txt. And this should be text. Now let's try this. I click on File and Open and the test. And now we get a text from the file, which is type in random words, multiple lines, and a smiley. And this is literally just a string. So all we have to do now is to get the window and the text box and update this to whatever we get from file.read_text. And we should be done with this one at least. So now File and Open, test, and there we go. We have loaded a file. I guess the next thing I would like to do is to change this untitled to the name of the file. And for that, let me copy this line here. I now want to get my dog name. And in here, I want to get my file path and just print this one out. So let's see what we get from this. So File and Open, my test file. And now I have the full string, although that's a touch long. And all I really want is this last bit here. Essentially what I have to do is to split this string wherever we have a slash. So here, and then pick the last element with the index -1. I want to split this string wherever we have a slash. And from the resulting list, I want to pick the element with the index -1. Let's try this again now. I want to open a file, test, and there we go. Now we have the actual text, and the file name is test.txt. That was pretty much it. Now for the last thing, we have to be able to save this file as well. And that is going to happen in pretty much the same way. So let me open up the opening file dialog so we can compare the two. First of all, I want to get a file path again. And this one, again, we get with sg and pop up get file. Now in here for the title, I want to have save as. And I also want no window to be true again. Now we have to pass in another argument in here. And that is going to be save_as, and that should be true. And this essentially allows us to type in a file name when we have this pop-up open. Let me actually print what we get. So print the file path, and let's try this. So now if I click on File and Save, I can type in here, let's say another document. If I now click on Save, we get printed out the whole path to the folder with another document, so the text we have just typed out. And this is almost what we need. Although what I want is to add something else to this file path, and that is .txt. So we have a proper file ending. And now that we have that, I again want to create a file with path. And in here, I have to pass in the file path again. And now this file class also has another method that is called writeText. And now we have to figure out what text we want to write, which in our case is going to be the content, so values of the text box. We can also, after we save, update the name of the document. And this line we could actually leave just as it is, because file path is now this file path here. Let's try this. So in here, I want to write some random text over a few lines. And now I want to save this. Let's save it as doc1 and save. Now we get doc1.txt. And now I can delete all of this. I can click open. We have doc1, and if I click on open, we get our text back. So with that, we have a fully functioning text editor. That was literally it. It's ultimately a really simple thing. If you understand different pop-ups and how they interact, this entire project is actually really simple. And for the next tutorial, we are going to be creating snake. And this one is going to look like this. We have a field without any buttons, and I am using keyboard input to control the snake. And other than that, it's snake. It's not that complicated of an app. I can just move around and my snake grows. And if my snake moves outside of the window, the entire thing ends. And well, let's implement all of this. And here again, we are in a very simple skeleton app. And we have to start by creating a layout. And for this one, we only need a single element. Although I do want to put this one in a separate variable. You will see in a second why that is the case. But the one element we want is called sggraph. And this is a canvas that we can draw on. And to start this, we need a couple of named arguments. Let me put this over multiple lines. They are getting kind of long. First of all, we need a canvas size. And for this one, we need a tuple with width and height. And since I want to reuse this number later on, let me put it at the top. I want to have some, let's call it game constants. And in here, I want to have a field size. In my case, I went with 400. And now the width and the height of my game is going to be the field size. Then next up, we have to define the graph bottom left. And this is going to be a tuple with x and y. And besides that, we have to define a graph top right. And this also has to be a tuple with x and y values. What is happening here is that this graph element is, well, this kind of square right now. That is 400 by 400 pixels wide and high. And for this thing, we have to determine some kind of coordinate system so that we know where we are. And what I want to do is to set the origin point down here and the top right to this point here. Which means that for my graph bottom left, X should be 0 and Y should be 0. And the graph top right should be the field size, meaning that this point here should be a position 400 for X and also 400 for Y, which means Y is also going to be field size. And there's one more argument that I would like to pass in here, and that is the background color, which I just want to be black. And with that, we have our element. And now this element I want to pass inside of the layout. If I run all of this now, we can see the field. It doesn't show anything yet, but that's going to come very soon. Although I guess one more thing that we can do, I want to set a theme. So SG theme, and the theme I have set is just called green. And let me add a bit of white space. Let's run this again, and we have a green window. All right, now, before we can work on the actual snake, we need to get some kind of input. And for this game, there are no buttons. We are only checking for keyboard input, which is not that hard to do in PySimpleGUI. All you have to do when the window is created, you have to add return underscore keyboard underscore events. Ideally, spell this correct as well. And this should be set to true. And now all we really need is to check for certain events. So if event is a certain value. And now in PySimpleGUI, every single button has a specific keyword. Left, for example, is called left and 37. And if that is the case, let me just print left. And if I run all of this now, I can click on left and we get left. And let me put those two on the same line because I want to copy this line 3 times. And in here we have up. This one has the number 38. Then we have right. That is number 39. And finally we have down. And this is number 40. And let's change this to up, right, and down. And let's run this again. I have right, down, left, and up isn't working because this should be up. And now we have up, right, down, and left. So this way we can get all the different keyboard inputs. And with that, we have all we need to get started on creating the actual game. And first of all, what we have to work on is we have to create some kind of grid. And for now, let me explain what we are going to do. This here is going to be our graph element, so this thing here. And inside of that, we want to create some kind of grid that looks something like this. And in this field, we are essentially creating a table. And in this table, every single cell has a specific value. For example, the top left has the coordinate 0 and 0. And the one to the right of that has 1 and 0, meaning column or x value number 1 and row number 0. And let's say if we went to this cell here, the value would be 1 and 0, 1 and 2. And this is what we are going to create. Now, we are not going to specifically create it in anything in terms of elements in PySimpleGUI. We are just going to use some basic math to create this kind of grid. Now, the first thing I want to know is how many cells I have in total. In my case, I want to have 10. And from that information, we can get the cell size. And this is literally just the field size divided by the cell number. Meaning if our entire field is 400 pixels wide and we have 10 cells in this width, then each cell is going to be 40 pixels wide. And we can do the same for the height. Essentially, our cell size right now is 40 by 40. And now we have to figure out how to draw anything in there. Let's get started by just placing the apple. That's a nice and simple one. And in here, I need to get some way to store the position of my apple. And this, in my case, is always going to be a tuple. And for now, let's go with something random like 2 and 4. And if I reopen the drawing, this 2 and 4 is the same kind of position as this coordinate system here. And what that means, this here is the entire width of our canvas, which is this graph element here. We know this is starting at 0 and goes all the way to 400. And this we have divided into 10 fields or cells. So we know we have one at 40, another one at 80, then another one at 120, and so on. We have quite a few more fields. And now what we have to figure out is how to convert this 2 into a pixel information that we can place on this width. And the logic here is actually fairly simple. We know that if the apple position was 0, we would be at position 0, so here. Now, if the position was 1, we know then we would want to be on this position here, the 40. And this we get by multiplying the cell number with the cell size. So this 40 here would be 1 times 40. And now in our case, for the apple, this 2 here is just going to be 2 times the cell size, so 40, and that would get us to 80, so this position here. Really, all we ever have to do is to multiply either the x or the y position with the cell size, and that is going to give us a pixel position. And let's actually draw one element and see what we get. Now, in my while loop, I want to clean this one up a tiny bit, so we have a bit more space. This is feeling better. And in here, I just want to draw this apple position. And to draw anything on this field, we first of all have to identify it. And that you would usually do with window, and then you would add some kind of key in here. In our case, our field doesn't have a key, but we have stored the element inside of a separate variable. And that means we can just use the field variable and work with that one. So in here, I could, for example, call the update method. But for this one, we are actually not going to call the update method. Instead, what we need is called draw rectangle. And in here, we need 3 bits of information. We need a top left, a bottom right, and a color. So what PySimpleGUI wants is we have to define some kind of a rectangle by the top left and the bottom right. And let me add some random numbers in here. For now, I want my top left to be 100 and 100. And again, these are x and y values. And for the bottom right, let's pick the bottom right of the field, which would be 400 and 0. And now we need a color. Let's go with red. And we right now have to press something here to get to this line. So again, the read method we need to time out, which we will have to do later anyway. So let me add a timeout of 10 milliseconds here. And if I run this, we can see we have a rectangle, which is red. That's a good start. And this top left position here has the value 100 and 100 for x and y. And this point down here is position 400 and 0. And the rectangle encompassed by these 2 points is the rectangle we are drawing, which means we are just working with a pretty simple coordinate system. And now all we have to figure out is how to convert this position here to something we can actually see on the window. And this is going to be an exercise for you. So try to convert this apple position to some pixel information we can actually see. Let me put this into 2 separate variables. One I'm going to call top left and the other BR for bottom right. And then I'm going to pass the top left in here and the bottom right in the second one. And the top left here is really easy. All we need is the apple position. We want to get the x value and we want to multiply it with the cell size. And since we want a tuple, I'm going to add a second value that is apple position with 1. And this one is also going to be multiplied with the cell size. And let me draw all of this again. Here we have a coordinate system, and randomly, let's say we are here right now, and that is our top left. What we now have to figure out is some point that is here-ish that is going to be the top right. And now this point is actually really easy to get, because we know from this point we want to get one cell size to the right and one cell size down. Basically, all we have to do is get the coordinates for the top left and then add the cell size to both the x and the y portion inside of it. And then we are done. Which means I want to get the top left 0 and plus cell size. And then we want to do the same thing for the y values as well. So TL1 plus cell size. And let's try this now. There we go. We have, well, one square. If I now change this to, let's say 0, it's all the way on the left. And if I change the 4 to 0, we are in the bottom left point. With that, we can place an apple. Now, this logic I want to reuse quite often. And as a consequence, let me place all of this inside of a function. And let's call it convert position to pixel. And all we have to pass in here is a cell. And then let me copy all of this. We are getting a top left and a bottom right. And we are getting that from this cell. And once we are done, we are returning the top left and the bottom right. So what I can do down here now is get my top left and my bottom right and call my convert function, and then here pass the apple position, and we get the same result. And now we can minimize this, and it's working really well. And now that we have that, let's actually create the snake. That's going to be the centerpiece of the entire project. And in here, we are first going to create a snake body. And the snake body is just going to be a list. And by default, there are a couple of values inside. And by values, I mean tuples. They look like this. The first value is always the head of the snake. And then to the left of that, we have one body part and another body part. Basically, our snake is just going to be a list with a couple of tuples that work exactly like the apple. And besides that, we also need directions. And this is going to be a dictionary that looks like this. In here, for example, we have left. And if we have left, we are going one cell to the left and 0 cells up or down. And if we have up, we are moving 0 cells left or right. And we're moving 1 cell up. And let's actually draw the snake, or the snake body to be more precise. This is going to happen in the while loop again. And let's actually add a comment here to draw the snake. And what is going to happen here is for part in snake body, which means that we are going through these 3 tuples right now. And for each of these tuples, I want to get a top left and a bottom right. And this I get with my convert position to pixel, and I want to pass in the part in here. And now that we have that, I want to get my field again, call the draw rectangle method, pass in my top left, my bottom right, and for the color, let's go with green, and let's run this, and we can see the snake. Although there's a problem right now, that I want the head of the snake to be yellow, and the rest of the body should be green. And for that to work, we have to figure out which one is the first element inside of this list. And that we can get fairly easily. All we need is the enumerate method. And this one is going to return an index and then the content of this list here. And now I can set a color that I actually want to use in here. And the color is going to be yellow if the index is equal to 0. And if that is not the case, it should be green. And now let's try this. Now the head of our snake is yellow. Now next up, we have to move that snake. And for that, we need 2 parts. First of all, we need some kind of repeated timer, and then we have to use that timer to move the snake in our direction. And for the first part, the timer. We have already seen the time module, and this I want to use again, which means from time import time. And now, before we are starting the while loop, I want to get the start time, which is just going to be time. And then inside of the while loop, I want to get something like time since start. And this will be my current time minus the start time. And then I can add an if statement that if time since start is greater or equal than 0.5, so half a second. And if that is the case, I want to set my start time to my current time. And then all of the drawing is going to happen inside of that if statement. And now if I run all of this, we can't really see a difference because all of this is drawn in the same position every single time, which is not particularly helpful. So we have to figure out how to move the snake. And let me draw the logic here. Once again, we have some kind of coordinate system with some cells inside of that. Let me draw a few more. Actually, we're going to need a couple. And right now, our snake body occupies 3 of these cells. And let's say my snake is in this cell, and in this cell. And on top of that, I also have one of these directions. For simplicity, let's assume we have the up direction selected right now, which means in our game, we want to move the head of the snake up 1 cell, and we want to move the last bit of the snake to this position here. And how this logic is going to work is we first of all create a new head in this position. And this position we get by getting the head, and towards that we are going to add the direction. And if I use the numbers in our project, we know that the head of our snake is in position 4 and 4. And the direction we have right now is 0 and 1. And if we add those together, we get 4 and 5, which is this cell here. And that cell is then going to be our new head. But now the trick is we are not going to delete this previous cell. This one stays exactly where it is. What we are going to delete instead is this cell here at the end. So this one gets deleted. And now we are done. We have our new snake, we have a new head position, and we get rid of the last element. And the new last element is now in this position here. And all of this, let's do it first thing in this if statement. I want to get a snake update. And in here, first of all, I'm going to need a new head. And the new head is just going to be an X and a Y position. And for the X position, I want to get my snake body, and I want to get the first element. If I scroll up a tiny bit, the first element would be this right now. And we only care about the X part for now, which means from this first tuple, I want to get the first element. And to that, I want to add the first element of whatever direction tuple we have. If this is again up, we want to get this first element. And this direction I'm going to store in just a second in another variable called direction. And this is going to be one of these tuples. And in here, I just want to get the first element. And now we have the X value. I can copy all of this. And for the Y value, all we need to do is to change this to 1. And for direction, we also care about 1. And the next important thing is we need a direction. And this we need right at the start. So in here, I want a direction. And this we get by looking at our directions. And then here we can pass in, for example, up. Now we have a new head. What I now want to do is to get my snake body and insert this new head, which means at index 0, I want to have my new head. And then I want to get rid of the last element of the snake body, which we get with snakebody.pop. And now if I run this, we have a moving snake, but it's well, the snake keeps on growing. And the reason for that is not that the snake is actually getting longer. The problem is that all of these elements here are being drawn once, but then we never get rid of them. Essentially what happens is we are drawing one frame, and then we are drawing another frame on top of it the second time this timer here runs. And in our case, we are never clearing this entire drawing. We are essentially drawing on top of the previous frame, which means we can still see the past body parts of the snake. And that we can get rid of quite easily. All we have to do, before we draw anything, I want to get my field again, and I want to draw a rectangle. And in here, I want to go from position 0 and 0 to position field size and field size. This is covering the entire field. And this entire field, I want to fill with a black color. And now if I run this, we have a moving snake. And really all we are doing in here, we are first positioning our elements with all of this code. Then we are drawing a black frame. And now this apple drawing here should happen afterwards. This is becoming important later on. And really all that's happening in here is we are first getting some keyboard input. Then we are using that input to place certain elements. Then we are drawing a black field, and then we are filling this black field with our elements. And this is very simple game logic. If you have ever used something like Pygame, this should be very familiar to you. If you want to learn about Pygame, by the way, I have made a really long tutorial on this. As a matter of fact, I've made tons of tutorials on Pygame. But, well, this is all we need for the basic game. Now, all we have to figure out now is how to get the direction from the keyboard input. And this is, well, let me just copy this line here. And we are already getting keyboard input. So now instead of printing the direction, I want to set the direction. And I guess I can copy paste all of this in here because all we need is left, then we need right, and then we need down. And now if I run this, I can control the snake. This is working really, really well. Obviously, right now, the snake has no collision with the apple whatsoever. But let's work on that. Which means what I want to do is add another section in here, and let's call this one Apple Snake Collision. And to check if these two are colliding, all we really need is to know if the apple position and the head of our snake are in the same cell. So if my snake body and the first element is equal to my apple position, and if that is the case, I want to get a new apple position that we don't have yet. And besides that, I want to define another variable called apple eaten and set this to true. So we know our snake has just eaten an apple. That is information we need in here in just a second. And I guess to have this variable ready for the apple here, by default, apple eaten is going to be false. And now what we need is to figure out a new random apple position. And this I want to do in a function. Let's call it place apple. Doesn't need any parameters. And in here, all I really want to do is to get an apple position. And this is going to be a random x and a random y. And since we now need random values, we have to import from random, import randint. And for these values, I want to get a random integer that starts at 0 and goes all the way to my cell number -1. Because if we have 10 cells, the highest number here should be a 9. And since our field is a perfect square, I can just do the same thing again. And with that, we have a random x and a random y value. But there is a problem with all of this right now. And that is that this random position could happen exactly on the snake, which would be kind of awkward, I suppose. So what I want to do is while the apple position is in the snake body. And if that is the case, or while that is the case, I want to assign a new apple position. Which basically means we are creating a new apple position, we are checking if this apple position is inside of the snake body, and as long as the apple position is inside of the snake body, we are creating a new apple position. And that way, eventually, we are getting an apple position that is on the field, but not on the snake. And now, I can return the apple position, and we are done. As a matter of fact, when we initially place the apple, I want to run this function already. And now, when our snake has eaten the apple, I want to place this apple again. So let's try this now. And we get an error because this should be rand_int. Now, if I run this, our snake is moving. And if my snake head touches the apple, nothing is happening. So something went wrong. Let's check the apple collision. Oh, and I realized this shouldn't be apple, it should be apple position. Now let's try it again. And now this is working. Cool. Let's try it again. And yeah, this seems to be looking really good. One last time, and yeah, this is working. Alrighty. Now, what we have to do next is to actually grow our snake after we have eaten an apple. And the logic for this one is actually remarkably simple, because all we really need to do is, if our snake has eaten an apple, we don't want to get rid of the last element. And to understand how that works, let me reopen the drawing and let me give some space. What is happening in here is we are right now moving the head, and then we're getting rid of the last element. But really, all I need to do, if the snake has eaten, I don't want to get rid of this last element, and that means my snake is getting a new head, so it is growing, but we are not getting rid of the last element, so we never lose the last bit. And as a consequence, we are getting a new head, so the snake is growing, but we're not getting rid of the last bit, so the snake isn't shrinking at the end. And this we only want to do for one frame, so, well, once we have that, we have grown the snake. Which means all I need to do, if not apple eaten, then I want to get rid of the last element, and once that is the case, I want to set apple eaten back to false. Although this apple eaten should not be indented. And now let's try this. And we are eating an apple. The snake is growing for one cell, and this is working really well. One last try, we get one larger cell. Nice, this is working indeed. There's only one more thing that we are going to need, and that is to check depth. Meaning if our snake is going too far to the left, too far to the right, too far up, or too far down. And all I have to check in here is the head of my snake, so snake body 0. And for this snake for now, I want to check the X part. And in here, all I really have to check if this is between 0 and between my cell number -1. And if that is the case, we know we are inside of the field. But if that is not the case, I know we are outside of the field. And now I can do the same thing for the Y part. Let me put it on a second line. So we want to check if the X part of the head is not on the field, or if the Y part is not on the field. And that would check if our snake has left the window. Let's try. And if either of those is the case, I want to break the entire loop and end the game. And there we go. The game has ended. Now, there's one more condition we have to add in here. Let me add another OR. And that is if the head of the snake is inside of the body of the snake, which we can also get very easily. So snake body 0 is in snake body from 1 to the end. And now, I guess I can just go in a different direction and it's going to end. So I just pressed up while our snake was going downwards, and that killed the snake. I guess this is something that shouldn't be possible in the actual game, but that's something you can implement yourself. But, well, with that, we have the entire game. It took about 80 lines of code and really wasn't all that bad to implement. And for the next part, we are going to be creating a graph app. That's the best name I could find. Essentially, what we will make looks like this. We have a table at the top and a graph at the bottom, and in the middle, we can add some numbers. And let me add a few in here, and then you see how it's going to work. Doesn't really matter what I type in here as long as it is a number. The table at the top and the graph at the bottom correspond to each other, and that way collecting data should be fairly simple. I guess especially if you're a scientist, this could be super useful, but in general, what I want to focus on is the graph at the bottom. And what we are going to do is to combine PySimpleGUI with MatPlotLib, which is the default library in Python to graph basically anything. And since this one doesn't come with Python by default, we have to install it. Which means either in the PowerShell or in the terminal, you have to type pip install matplotlib or pip3 install matplotlib. And the rest should happen by itself. And once we have that, let's have a look at the code. And here is what I have so far. It is the skeleton app we have seen a million times by now. As always, let's start with the layout. And I want to put this over multiple lines. And on the first line, we need a new layout. And this one is called table. And in here, we need a couple of arguments. First of all, headings. The argument you want to pass in here is a list. And the list has to be as long as the amount of columns you want. In my case, that is 2. Meaning I have observation and I have what I called results. And besides that, we need values. And values I later want to reuse, so I'm going to put those in a separate variable. Let's call them table content. And this is just an empty list for now, which I want to pass in here. And now we can run this and we get a very basic table. Although I do want to make some changes for the styling. And that means I want to expand X and set that to true. And I want to hide the vertical scroll. And this should also be true. And since this is getting quite long, let's put it over multiple lines so it's a bit more readable. That is feeling much better. And for the final argument, I want to give this table a key, and let's just call it table. We have our first row. If I run all of this now, I have a table that I can move around a tiny bit. Not particularly useful, but you do you. The other element I want to add is going to be, well, it's 2 elements actually. I want to add an input element, and this one needs a key. So let's give it a key of input. And this one I want to expand X and set to true. And then besides this input element, I also want SG button. And this one is just to submit things. I'm not going to give this one a key because we just have a submit button. And if I run all of this now, we have a table. It doesn't really do anything yet, but let's work on that. Or I guess the one thing we can do before we add functionality is to set a theme. In my case, I want to go with the theme dark teal 6. And this one looks like this. What I first of all want to do is if we are clicking, let me open the app, if I type a number in here and click submit, I want to add a value to this table. And the format I want to have is that observation should be something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. For each observation, we get a result, which is going to be the number down here. For 1, this would be 32. For 2 would be any other number, could be, I don't know, 10. So when we update the table, I want to get a number pair. And the table is basically designed to work with that. Let's first of all check for the submit button. If that is the case, I want to get a new value. And this new value we get from values. And in here, I want to look at my input field, which is this input field we have just created. And now that we have that, we want to check if this new value is numeric. And now that we have that, I want to get my window and the table. And in here, I want to run the update method. And now to update the table, we need a list that is going to contain other lists. And for an example, let's say we have 1 and 10 in one list. Then we have another list that says 10 and 12, and a third list with 3 and 0. And before I run this, this should be an equal sign. Let's run this now. And if I click on submit, and I type a number in the field, and I click on submit, now we have 1, 2, 3, and 10, 12, and 2, which are the numbers we have down here in the list we just created in here. And then here again, PySimpleGUI really likes to have a list that contains other lists. It's a really recurrent theme for the entire framework. What I want to do to make this interactive could actually be a really good challenge. Try to figure out how to make this entire thing interactive. That when we are pressing the submit button, then we are adding a new value to the table, and the value we actually add comes from the input field. So this field here. I don't want to have values in here. Instead, I want to pass in my table content. And before we are updating the table, I want to get my table content and append something. And in here, we need a list with two values. We need the observation and we need the result. The result is the easier part. All I really want in here is the new value. Although this number I want to turn into a floating point number because right now it is a string, which we couldn't really work with. The observation is, well, it's not that much more difficult. All we really care about is the length of the table content. And to that value, I want to add a 1. Now, why does this work? And essentially think of it like this. If our table content is a list that right now has 0 entries, it's completely empty. If that is the case, then the first value we want to add is going to be a 1, which essentially means we always want the length of the list plus 1, which is what I have done down here. This should actually work. Let's try. I can press a 1, 123, a longer number. And we do have a problem here, that after I click submit, I am not emptying this field. But the rest still works just fine. And I guess now let me copy this line here. I want to look at my input field and I want to empty this one. And now let's try this again. So I have a few more numbers. And this seems to be working just fine. And now we have to work on the actually interesting part in this. And that is the graph at the end. And first of all, to add a graph, we have to add another element. And this is going to be an SG canvas. And this one doesn't need any specific arguments, but I do want to give it a key that I call canvas. And if I run this now, we cannot see any kind of difference because we have to give this canvas some kind of value. And for that, we need an actual graph. And for that, we need the graph, which means we have to import two things. First of all, I want to import MatPlotLib. And besides that, we need a longer line. Let me type it first and then explain. We need from matplotlib.backends.backend_tkagg. I want to import figure canvas TKAGG. And pay close attention to the capitalization here. The F, the C, the T, and the A all have to be capitalized. What does all of that mean? MatPlotLib is the easy part that, well, it's a graphing module essentially. And what we are doing in the second line is we are importing some backend functionality that connects MatPlotLib to tkinter. And tkinter is the basis for PySimpleGUI. And this is basically what we need to connect the two. And let me add another section here that I call MatPlotLib. And first of all, we have to create a figure, which is usually called fig in MatPlotLib. And all this means we need matplotlib.figure.figure with a capital letter, and then we need a figure size. And in my case, I went with 5 and 4. Now, after that, I need this figure and add a subplot. And this subplot needs 3 numbers. In my case, I go with 1, 1, and 1. And that is for the position of this subplot on this figure. Essentially, how MatPlotLib works is that a figure is just an empty field. So the figure we get here is just this yellow rectangle. And then on this yellow rectangle, we need to add subplots. A subplot could be here, and each of those have their own coordinates. And then inside of each subplot, you add the actual graph, meaning that one subplot could be a line graph, another subplot could be a bar chart, and then a third subplot could be a pie chart. And this 1, 1, and 1 gives us basically a default position in here. If you know MatPlotLib a bit better, this should be fairly simple. And now on this subplot, we want to create an actual graph. And the easiest one here is called plot. And for this one, we want X and Y values. In my case, I want this to be empty, so I'm going to add empty lists here. And now if I run this, we cannot see any difference, but there's no error, which is at the very least something. And essentially what we have done now is we have created a figure by itself. What we now have to do is to connect this figure to this canvas here. And for that, we need 3 lines of code. First of all, we need to create a figure canvas AGG. And for that, we need the figure canvas TKAGG. And this one needs a figure, so the figure we just created, and then the element in PySimpleGUI, which in my case is going to be window, the canvas, and on this we have to get TK canvas. And once we have that, I want to get my figure canvas AGG, call the draw method, and finally I have to call it one more time, get underscore TK and widget, and call the pack method. And now we have 2 windows. That was not intended. But at the very least, we do have a graph, but we do want to connect them. And the reason is PySimpleGUI is actually giving me an error in some form that I forgot to finalize the window. And the essential problem here is that we have a window and we are adding something to that window before we are calling the read method. So we have to make sure that we set finalize to true. And now let's try this again. Now this is working. This is looking much better. Although obviously there's no connection between the table and the graph right now, but we have something. And to connect the two, I want to create a function. Let's call it update figure. In here, I want to pass in some data. Now, what we have to do in here is to first of all get the axis. And an axis is going to give us the subplot we have just been working with. And pretty much what we want to do. We want to get the axis and pick the first element inside of that, which is going to be our subplot. And now we want to create a new plot. And now this plot is going to need X and Y values and some styling. And for MatPlotLib here, we can add something like R and dash, which means that the graph is red and the points are connected by lines. Again, here, if you know more about MatPlotLib, this should be really easy to implement. And now we need X values and we need Y values. And these values we are going to get from our data, and our data is going to be the table content. And in here, I am going to use list comprehension. And for the X values, I basically want the first item inside of every nested list inside of the table content. Let me actually explain this by drawing, that might make more sense. This table content here is one long list with a few lists inside. Let me just draw 3 in there. Each of those lists has 2 values. We have the observation, let's call it O, and we have the result. We could, for example, have a 1 and a 10 in here, then we have 2 and 20, and 3 and, 15. And what we want for the X values is this value, and this value. Essentially what I want to do in my list comprehension is I for I in data. And this I right now would be the entire list, or the entire nested list to be more precise, which is not what we want. And to only get the first value, I want to use indexing to get the first value. And this is always going to give us the first element inside of each nested list. Next up, we can work on the Y values. And we could basically copy the entire thing here, paste it in, and now this should be a 1. And just to have a cleaner graph, I want to convert these Y values to integers. And that is purely to make the X and Y labels on our figure a bit cleaner. We are nearly done. All we have to do is run these 2 lines here again. Inside of the function, let me put it in here. And now, every time we are submitting a new value, I want to update my figure. And I want to pass in the table content. And with that, let's run it now. It's not crashing. Let me add a number in here. One value isn't going to create a line, but a second value is doing just that. And now I can add more and more values. They keep on extending the graph. And what I can do now, for example, if you're confused about this one, if I add a different letter, let's say green, we get a different color, green in this case. And if I add a star in here, we get, with a few more values, something like this, where we don't have lines, we have stars for each value pair. But R and dash seem to be the best options. And all right, with that, we have our graphing app. So this is basically all you need to connect MatPlotLib to PySimpleGUI. For the next part, we are going to make an image editor. And that one is going to look like this. When we start the program, we get a dialog to select a file. And I have a test image here. If I open this one, we get to this window. And in here, we can set a blur, we can set a contrast, and we can flip the image. Let me remove the blur a bit. And we can change the contour or emboss it. And all of that is working pretty straightforwardly. And of course, all of this can be saved. And let's save it as test2. And that's pretty much it. Now, before we can start coding this, we need to install something. Because by default, we can't really alter images. But for that, Python has the pillow library. And this is what we are going to install. So either in the PowerShell or in the terminal, type pip install pillow or pip3 install pillow. But once we have that, we can start with our code. And here again, I have the skeleton app. And if I execute this, we get the plain window that doesn't really do anything right now. And as always, let's start by creating the layout properly. And this time we need a slightly more complex layout because we have 2 columns. Let me actually open the entire thing again to illustrate what we need later on. And in here we have 2 main elements. We have the control sliders on the left, and we have an image on the right. And this is a layout we cannot create in PySimpleGUI by default. So we need an extra element. And essentially what I've done in here, I have used columns. This entire element here is one column, and this element here is another column. And that way we can place elements next to each other. And I guess this is going to make more sense when we actually implement it. But what I want to do is to create, let's call it a control column. And we also want to create an image column. The image column is the easier one. Let's start with that one. In here, I just want to create a column. And inside of this column, we need a nested list. And each nested list is going to be one row inside of this entire column. You're going to see in a second how that works in more detail. But for this one, I only want a single element, and that is sg_image. And in here, we need an image path. Now, later on, we're going to get that image path from a pop-up. But for now, I just want to open test.png so we don't have to select the same thing every single time. And this column, we would now pass into this layout. I want my image column. And if I comment out the control panel and run this, we get the image covering the entire window, more or less. But now what I can also do, I can create a second column. So sg column, and in here, we are going to get a more complex setup. Right now, I have one list inside of this column, and this is going to be the main container. And inside of this main container, let's do this over multiple lines. I want to have individual rows, and each row is going to be one list, meaning the first list is going to be the first row. And in here, let's add sg button, and let's just call it test. And now what I can do in my layout, I can add the control panel or the control column and run this. And now we have two columns right next to each other. Now this we could have done with plain PySimpleGUI already. We wouldn't need the columns for that. But what we can do now is copy this entire row inside of the column. And if I run this, we have two rows on one side and then another column next to it. And this way we are creating more complex layouts. And I guess let's create the actual layout of the app and let's see how far we get. For the actual layout, I only want a single button. And this one is save image. And let's give them a key straight away so we don't have to do it later. This one I want to call save. But this is going to be the only button. Besides that, I want checkboxes, and those we haven't seen yet, but you create them with a checkbox, and in here you can give them a name. Let's start with flip X, and then the key for this one should be flip X, all in uppercase letters. And if I run this, we have a checkbox. And essentially what this is going to return is a value that's either false or true if it's ticked. That's just about it. And this checkbox I want to copy, and on the same row, I want to get flip Y, and this one will have the key of flip Y. And now we have both of these elements right next to each other. This is looking pretty good. Next up, I want to duplicate this entire line, because in here I want another checkbox, and this one is called emboss, and the key is emboss all uppercase. And we want the other one I called contour. And this one is going to get the contour key. Let's run this one now, and we have a few more checkboxes. And now we need to create some sliders, and those we also haven't seen yet. But sliders are also really easily created. You need sg slider. And in here, you have to determine a range. And the range is the start and the end point. We want a tuple, and in my case, I'm going to go from 0 to 10. Let's try this one, and we get a slider that goes from 0 to 10. Obviously, we want this one to be horizontal. And that you also get quite easily. All you need is the orientation. And this one could either be H, and this one would work, or you could write horizontal in here, and that would also work. Let's keep it at H, so it's a bit more space efficient. However, there is one problem right now, and that is that we don't have text for the slider. A potential user wouldn't have any idea what to do with this. And one thing that you could be doing is to add SG text next to it and call it, I don't know, slider. Doesn't really matter. Problem is, this looks kind of ugly, so I don't want to do that. Instead, we are going to see another container element besides the column, and this is called frame. Let me cut the entire slider out. And what I want to do instead is create an SG frame element. And this one needs two arguments. It first of all needs a name. Let's call this one contrast. And besides that, it needs a layout. And the layout, again, is a list with another list inside. And in here, we can insert the slider we just created. And now if I run this, we have a box around the element, and we have some nice text at the top, which is feeling significantly more professional. And finally, I can copy the entire line, and the first item should be called blur, and the slider remains the same. And let's run this one now, and there we go. We have the entire layout. I guess you could be adding a theme, but do this in your own time. I don't really mind so much. Although what I do mind is the sliders are also going to need a key, because we are going to use those quite a bit. And the first one I want to call blur, the second one I want to call contrast. And well, with that, we are pretty much done. And let me minimize it so we have a bit more space to work with. All right, now we have to figure out how to use all of these elements to actually change the image. And there are two steps we need to take here. First of all, we actually have to get the values from all of these elements. And only once we have that, we can use them to influence the image. All that really means is I want to print all of the values. And if I run this now, we don't get anything because again, we're not getting past this line here. But that we can overcome by adding a timeout. And the timeout in my case is 50 milliseconds. Let's try this one now. And there we go. We have all of the values in real time. What I can do now is change the blur, change the contrast, change emboss, change contour, and flip Y. And we always get the value updated in real time. And this is what we are going to use for the actual image. And I want to paste all of this inside of a function to keep the code a bit cleaner. And let's call it update image. And this one is going to get a couple of parameters. First of all, I want the original image. The reason here is some of the image changes we are going to make are destructible, meaning once we apply them, we can't go back. So we essentially want to keep the original and then modify this original, and that way we can always go back. And besides that, we want the blur, we want the contrast, we want emboss, we want contour, we want flip X, and we want flip Y. Inside of the while loop, I want to call this function and pass in all of my values. The original we're going to leave for now. We'll cover that in just a second. But after that, I want to get my values, and in here, I want blur. And now let's copy this a couple of times. The second value is the contrast. Then we have an argument for the emboss. Next up, we have an argument for contour. And all of this should probably be on multiple lines to make it easier to read. What we want next is a value for flip x. And finally, we want a value for flip y. And we should be having 6 values in total. But now, to finish this, we are going to need the original. And what I mean here by original is the original image in such a way that we can work with it. And for that, we are going to need the pillow library. And this one you import with PIL. Although in my case, I only want to import specific things. So what I want from PIL for now is import image. In here, the original we want to get with image, and we want to open an image. And I guess we can do this quite smartly. All the way at the top, before we run anything else, I want to create an image path. And for now, the image path is just going to be this test PNG. And this image path we later gonna get from a pop-up, but for now, it's just gonna be that one path. Now we have an image. If I run all of this, we get an error because there's nothing in the function, but if I add in pass, we don't see any difference. But what we have now is an original image. And I guess what we can do is to print the original. And if I do that, what we get is, it's an image file that doesn't really tell us all that much. But this is something we can work with. And what we are going to do to this one is apply filters to it. And filters we also get from Pillow. We just have to import them with image filter. All we have to do is image, and I want to get the original, and then apply a filter. And in here, I need an image filter. And now we have a couple of options. The one for the blur is called Gaussian blur. And this one wants a number by how much we want to blur, which in our case is what we get from the parameters. So this blur here. And now if I run this, we get no difference. The reason is that right now in our image editor, we have 2 images. This one is one image here, and the other image is this original here. And those 2 are different images. They do not connect whatsoever right now. And what we're doing up here is to influence this image. Basically what we have is internally we have a blurred image, but we can't see it because what we actually show is a different image. This one here. Which means we have to update our GUI to show the image. And for that, we have to do a couple of things. Now, obviously, first of all, we have to get our image element, which are called image, and we want to update this. But now what we basically need is the image data. And the image data we don't have right now, and you couldn't just set image here. If I tried this, we would get an error that, oh, I just realized I made a mistake, that right now the image element does not have a key, which is not ideal. So let's give it the key image. And now let's try this again. We're still getting an error that the int object is not callable, which means that we couldn't just pass an image inside of the data here. We have to do something else. And what we have to do is to convert this image here to something Python can use. And for that to work, we need another library, or at least a part of a library. And what I want to do is from IO import bytes.io. And bytes.io converts an image to something we can use in terms of bytes. Essentially, all I want to do is get what is called bio, and then get bytes.io, and that is for now all we need. And now what I can do, I can get my image and save it with the bio information, and now I have to specify a format, which in my case is going to be PNG. And once I have that, I can get my bio and get_value. and there should not be an underscore in between. And with this line, we have converted the image to something PySimpleGUI can use. If I run this now, I can use the blur filter, and we have blur. I guess one day I'm going to do a proper introduction to the Pillow library, and then I explain all of this in more detail. But for now, this is all we need. So next up, I want to apply the contrast filter. And for that, we want to update the image variable again. And this time, we don't want to get the original. Instead, we want to get this image, so this image here, because we want to make sure once we have applied blur and we apply contrast as well, that those two stack on top of each other. And now all I want is to apply a filter. And in here, again, I need my image filter. And what I need now is called unsharp mask. And this one, again, needs an argument that defines how much contrast we want. And if I run this now, our blur is still working, but now we also have contrast. This works just fine. And next up, I want to check if emboss is the case. So if we have clicked on this checkbox here. And if that is the case, I want to get my image again, and I want to filter it with image filter, and this one is called emboss, all in uppercase letters. So let's run it now. I can click on emboss, and we get the embossed image. Works just fine. And next up, I can check if contour is the case. And if that is the case, I again want to apply a filter to my image. We need image filter. And in here, we need contour, also all in uppercase letters. Let's try this one. I click on contour, and this one is working. Also with the other filters as well. And now, finally, I want to check if flip X and if flip Y. And for this one, we need something else from Pillow. And this one is called image OPS. And this one we use, again, we want the image variable, and now we want image OPS. And I want to apply a mirror. And in here, we have to pass in the image. And let me copy all of this. And to flip the thing in the Y direction, we need flip. And with that, we should have all of our options. So I can blur it, I can apply contrast, there's emboss, there's contour, there's flip Y, there's flip X, and that is pretty much it. This is looking really good. Finally, we are going to need the ability to save this image. And this is, let me minimize this function here. This is going to happen first of all by us getting a path to the place we want to save the file. And this, I think, could be a good challenge for you. I want you guys to create a pop-up file to get the location and the file name where we want to save the file. Try to figure this one out yourself. All I want, first of all, is to get the event, and we call this one save. And in here, I want to create a save path or file path, doesn't really matter. And to get this path, we need sg pop up underscore get underscore file. And let's call this one save, and save as should be true. And besides that, no window should also be true. And if I print the save path now, let me run this. I can click on save image. And here we already have the two images. So let me save this one as another. Although there is one problem, and that is that we don't have a file ending from this. To fix that, I want to add .png. And now that we have that, all we really have to do is call image and save. And then here we need our save path, and we have to tell Pillow that this is going to be a PNG image. The one final problem we have is that this image is only available inside of this update image. To fix that, we have to call global and image. And with that, let's try, and we get an error that this should be a plus. Now let's try it. We still have our owl, and let me apply some blur and save the image. Test 3. And if I look at the folder, it's going to look like this, and we have test 3. So we could indeed save the file. Let's do this a bit more obviously, and let's apply a few more filters. So I want to blur this, a lot of contrast. I want the contours, maybe a bit less blur. There we go. And let's flip X and flip Y and save the image as test 3. I want to overwrite this. And now in the folder, we have the formatted image. Looks absolutely horrible, but it certainly is working. The final thing that we are going to need is when we open the image, we don't want to open the test.png. We instead want to open a random file specified by the user. This we get with sg pop up get file again. In here, I want to open something, and no window should also be true. And if I run this now, we first of all get a dialog. I want to pick my test image. I want to open it. And now I can make changes to it. And I guess let's try another image, test 3, the one we have already worked with. And this one, well, we can make further changes to it, but at the very least, we know it's working. Cool. So with that, we have the entire image editor. Alrighty, welcome back. In this part, we're going to create a music player. It looks like this, and in here you can click on play. And then you have music playing. You can stop as well, and besides that, you can also set the volume. So in here, I can go between 100 and 0. I guess let me play all of this and change the volume. It's a fairly simple music player, but I think it gets the basics across. Now, before we can create this one, we need Pygame for the music. And this we have to install first of all. And that is going to happen either in the PowerShell or in the terminal. All you have to do is either type pip install Pygame for Windows, or for Mac, you are going to need pip 3 install Pygame. In my case, I already installed it, so I don't have to do it. But if you don't have it, you have to install it. All right, with that, let's get started. Once again, we have our basic PySimpleGUI setup. If I execute what we have so far, we get some very basic setup like this. It doesn't do very much right now, but it's a starting point. Now, first of all, I want to set a default style. And this I want to do right at the start, and the one I want to create is called sgtheme, and the name here is called Reddit. If I run this now, you can't see much of a change, but this is a fairly whitish theme. Now with that covered, let's talk about the layout. And the main thing we have to start here is we have tabs. So if I show the app again, there are a couple of things that we haven't seen yet. Most importantly, we have tabs here. We have play and we have volume. Besides that, the other thing that is going to be new is we have a play and a pause button. And both of these are image buttons, which are kind of a pain to import, but this is what we have to start working on. But I guess let's get started by creating the two tabs. Inside of the layout, we are going to need a new kind of element. And this, if I add a bit of white space here, is called sg tab group. And inside of this, we have to create individual tabs. Those we create with sg.tab. And each of these tab elements needs two arguments. The first one is the name of the tab. So for example, the first one could be play. And besides that, we need a layout. And these are going to be all of the elements that are inside of this tab, which in my case, I want to create a new variable that I call play layout. And this is going to be another list of lists that contain elements. I'm going to create all of those in a second. Besides that, I want to duplicate all of this and create another tab. This one is called volume. And in here, we have the volume layout. And with this, we have some basic tabs. Although there's going to be one limitation. And that is I have to put all of this into 2 levels of lists. And this again is the kind of annoying thing about PySimpleGUI. You need lists all the time. Basically, what this tab group is expecting is a layout that looks kind of like the layout we always created, where we have one list for the entire layout and then another list for each individual row inside of that layout. And these are the same 2 lists we are creating here. We are basically creating a whole new layout inside of the layout we already have. I hope that makes sense. All right, now with that, we have to create our play layout and we have to create our volume layout. So let's get started. And make sure you are doing all of this after the theme, so the elements you create get the theming. And let me start with the play layout. And in here, once more, we need a list. And this list has to contain other lists. And for now, just to get started, let me just add a single word in here, or well, a single text to be more specific. For the play layout, I want SG text, and then here, let me just write song name. Doesn't really matter what it is for now, we are going to change this anyway. Besides that, I need another layout, and this is going to be the volume layout. In here, again, I need a list of lists, and the main thing inside of the volume layout is going to be an SG slider. And this one, at the minimum, is going to need one argument, and that is the range. And for this one, we need a tuple with the min and the max value. In my case, the minimum value is 0, the maximum value is 100. And with all of that, let's run this and see what we get. There we go. We have tabs. We have play and we have volume. Looks absolutely horrible for now, but it's something we can work with. And if you're following along, you are probably going to struggle with all of the lists here. So definitely go through this quite slowly. It can be very confusing. But now that we have all of that, we can finish up the layout. And there are quite a few elements we have to include. So let's go through it step by step. And let's get started with the volume layout because this one is quite simple. Now, first of all, I want to customize the slider. And for that, we have a couple of different attributes we can pass in here. One argument is the default value, and this is just going to be an integer, which in my case is going to be 100. If I run this now and go to volume, we are starting at 100. And this is going to be 100% of the volume. Besides that, for the slider, I do want to have an orientation. And this one is going to be H, short for horizontal. And if I run this now, we have a horizontal slider, already looking much better. Finally, I want to have a key. And the key for this one is going to be, let's call it volume. Although this is not going to have any kind of visible change. So, well, don't really have to run it. Now, finally, there's one more thing that I do want to do. And that is, I want to have this slider always in the center of the tab. And for that, I need a couple more elements. First of all, I need SG, B, push, before and after the slider. And that way, it's always in the vertical middle. Besides that, I want to have SG.push before and after the slider on the same row. So let me copy it. There we go. And with these push elements, the slider is always going to be in the center of the tab. Now, right now, this isn't going to be visible. And I think I forgot a comma. Let's try this now. There we go. The problem is that this slider is already the largest element, meaning it determines how big the tab group is going to be. And because of that, you can't really see the slider being pushed into the middle. But once we have more element, you will see what I mean. So for now, don't worry too much about it, but we basically finished with the volume layout. So I can minimize it, and now we can start working on the play layout. This one is getting quite a bit more complex, because in here we actually see 2 more new elements. Let me run the finalized one again, because I forgot one really important thing. So here is the final app. The 2 new elements we need are the image buttons, and besides that, we have this progress bar at the bottom. Now the progress bar is surprisingly easy, but the buttons are kind of annoying because we have to import an image. Let's do it right now, and then I can explain as we go along. The buttons should be right below the text, so I want to add another row in here. And to create an image button, you need sg.button. And for now, so we can see something, let's create simple text buttons that are called play. And besides that, I want to copy all of this and call this one pause. If I run all of this now, we have play and pause. Although those are text buttons, which I don't want. As a consequence, I want to get rid of the text here, and I have to replace it for both buttons with an attribute called image data. Now, the problem here is that we couldn't just import an image. What both of these data attributes need is a base 64 data string of the image. And this we have to create by using a couple of different modules. So let's go through it one by one. First of all, we have to import base 64. Besides that, we need from IO import bytes IO. And finally, we need from PIL import image. These 2 you should be familiar with from the image editor. Base 64 is new, it's basically a data thing that we need. Oh, and I forgot in the beginning, you also have to install Pillow. Sorry about that. These 3 modules we need to import an image and convert the image to a base 64 data string. And this I want to do in a separate function because we have to do it twice. Let me create a new function and let's call it base 64 image import. And all we need in here is a path. Now, first of all, we have to import the image. And this I want to store in the image. This is going to be done with the Pillow library. All I need here is image.open and pass the path in here. I guess while we are doing this, let me just call base 64 image import and inside of the folder, besides the Python file, we have a pause and a play button image. And then we have the music file. And for now, I just want to work with the play image. And this is a PNG file. So to import it, all I need is a string with play.png. And for now, let me comment out this line here with the buttons, so we're not getting an error. And now if I run this, we are not getting an error. That's a good sign, but we can't see anything because inside of this function, I'm not printing anything. So what I want to do is to print the image. Now let's run this again, and we can see we have a pillow image. Doesn't tell us very much, but it's a start. Now the image itself is completely irrelevant to us. We have to convert it. And this we need to do by creating a buffer. So let me call it a buffer. And this we get with bytes IO and just calling it. That's all you need. The explanation here gets a bit more technical and it's not really what we need. So I'm going to go over this a bit more quickly. Once we have this, I want to save the image using the buffer. And then I have to specify a format, and the format in my case is going to be PNG. With this, we have an image available inside of our code. And this image we now want to convert. And this we do with the base 64 module. So we need base 64 and then .b64 encode. After that, we need buffer and then get value. All of this I want to store in a separate variable, and let me actually print it to show what we get. So b64, let me run it, and we are getting a really long string that doesn't make any sense. Although to our computer, this is something that is really helpful. All I want to do from the function is to return B64. Once we have all of that, I can uncomment all of this, and now for the image data, I can call my base64 image import, and for the play button, I want to have play.png, and for the image data, let me put it on a separate line because this is going to be very hard to read otherwise. There we go. I want to have the same function, except now I want to have pause.png. And now if I run all of this, we have the two buttons. We still have to make some changes, but at the very least, it's a good start. And well, I do understand that this function here is really complicated and very technical. And this is one of the slightly more annoying things in PySimpleGUI. Importing an image is surprisingly difficult. But, well, for our purposes, we are done with this one, so let me minimize it and never think about it again. Now, besides that, for both buttons, I want to make two more changes. The first one is I want to have a button color that is going to be white. Now if I run this, the buttons already look better. And besides that, I want to have a border width of 0. That way we don't have a border. And now if I run this, we have the two buttons. And this isn't looking bad at all. And let me put the list ending here, so this should make sense. We have one row here, we have another row with the buttons, and finally we need one more main row. And this is going to be the row with the progress bar. And this we get with sg.progress. And by default, this is going to need one argument, the maximum length. For now, let's go with 100. And now if I run this, we have a very faint bar at the bottom. It's really hard to see. As a consequence, let's change this by giving it a size. And the size here, let me go with 20 by 20. This is looking much better. So for these numbers, just play around to see what looks good. We are nearly done. The last thing I want to do is to add some proper spacing here, because if I run all of this, well, you can already tell I want to have larger text, and I want to have these elements here more in the middle of the entire music player. Which means I once again have to use a couple of vPush and push elements. All the way at the top, I want to have a vPush element. This I want to duplicate and put it below the text, and I want to duplicate it again and put it between the bottom row and the progress bar. If I run all of this now, we have a bit more spacing between the elements, which I think looks much better. Besides that, to get the text in the middle, I want to use sg and push before and after the text element. So let me duplicate it. Here we go. Now we have the song name in the middle, and while we are here, let me change the font of the music player to something like Arial 20, so it's a bit larger. There we go. This feels much better. The same thing we now have to do to the buttons. So for the buttons, before the button, I want to have sg push, and after the final button, I want to have another sg push. That way, I am getting an error because I forgot a comma. Now let's try this. Now we have the play and the pause button right in the middle. What I found a tiny bit annoying here is that there was hardly any gap between the two buttons. To fix that, I did a tiny bit of a hack, I guess you could call it. What I did is between the two buttons, I added sg text with an empty string. And now if I run this, once again, I forgot the comma. Now if I run this, we have a bit more spacing between the two buttons, which I think looks better. It's fairly subjective. But all right, with that, we have the entire play layout. The final thing that we need is we have to add some keys because I have to target the progress bar and both of the buttons. And for that, for the progress bar, I want to have a key that I called progress. And for each of the buttons, let me put it right here. I have a key. And for that, let's call the play button play and the pause button pause. Let's try all of this to make sure I didn't make a mistake. This is still feeling pretty good. Cool. So with that, we have our basic layout. So I can minimize all of this. And now we can actually start working on the functionality. The very first thing that we are going to need here is a music file. And this we are getting with an import. So before we're doing any of this, I want to create a file import. Let me add a bit of white space here and a comment with import song. This we get by creating a path variable, and I want to create sg pop up underscore get underscore file. The same thing we have seen earlier. In here, we want to open a file and no underscore window should be true. Just in case you forgot, let me print the path in terms of what we get. And now, if I run all of this, the first thing we see is a file explorer. And here we can see the folder I have all of my stuff in. And the file I want to open is Great Boss, which is a music file. If I now click on open, we have a path to this file. And from this, I am getting the name of the song. In this case, that is Great Boss. Although I have to clean this one up a tiny bit. I have to get rid of all of this here and all of this. So I only have Great Boss left. This I want to do inside of a new variable. Let me call it song name. And here I want to get my path and I want to split wherever we have a /. And from that, I only want to get the last element. And let me print the song name to see what we get and run all of this again. Now we get greatboss.ogg. Now, you could keep it like this, but I do want to get rid of the OGG as well. And for that, I want to add another dot and split all of this again. This time, wherever we have a dot. And now, I want to have the first element, or the one with the index 0. With that, I can run all of this again, select Great Boss again, and now we get Great Boss. This is feeling much better. And this song name, I now want to use inside of the play layout for the song name. There we go. And now if I run this, I can select Great Boss or any music file, and now the name is going to be Great Boss. Cool. So with that, we have a song name. Problem is, we don't have an actual song. We just have a file path. Now, for the actual song, we are going to need Pygame, because PySimpleGUI doesn't have music playing functionality inbuilt. That's actually kind of a rare thing in Python in general. Very few modules can play music. It's a bit weird. But in this case, I want from Pygame import Mixer. Mixer is the Pygame part that plays music. And this we have to initiate. So usually when you use Pygame, you have to run pygame.init for anything to work. In this case, we only want to initiate Mixer. So we want mixer.init. If you are not running this, Mixer is not going to work. This is a really important line. And now that we have that, I want to import the actual song. And this we get with mixer.sound. And in here, we need a path. Fortunately, the path we already have. It's this one up here. So I can just copy it and paste it in here. And I guess once we have done all of this, let me print what we get. So I can select Great Boss again. And now we have a sound object at some point in memory, which is really nice because this we can just play. All we need is the song itself and then play. If I run all of this again, get my music. And there we go. We had some music. Although I don't want to play the song right when the program is starting, so let me get rid of this for now. And let me minimize the play layout as well, so we have a bit more space to work with. So now we do have a song, we just have to figure out where to play it, or rather when to play it. And this is going to happen down here. Essentially, I want to play the song when we are pressing the play button, which we get inside of the play layout. The button is called play, which means in here, I want to check if event is equal to play. And if that is the case, I want to get my song and play it. And now let's try this again. I want to import the same song. And right now, there shouldn't be any music. But if I click on play, we could hear some music. I don't want to talk over the music because that makes me very difficult to hear. But this is definitely working. Besides that, I also want to have the ability to pause the music. And this we get with if event is equal to pause. I called this button. And to pause music, we need mixer.pause. Unfortunately, the song file itself doesn't have any pause functionality. You have to target the entire mixer. So if you play multiple music files, they are all going to be paused. But in our case, that isn't really a problem. So let's try. Once again, I can select the file, I can play it, and I can also pause it. The issue now is, if I click on play again, we are starting from the very beginning. So let me try. And you can see the problem, that after I clicked on pause and play again, we are starting from scratch, which I don't want. Instead, if the music is paused, I want to resume it, not play from the start. And this we can also achieve quite easily, because we can check if mixer.get_busy. Don't forget to call it. And this we want to check if it is false. Now, this mixer.getBusy is a tiny bit weird. You might assume from the name it checks if we are playing music or not. And you wouldn't be wrong. It basically does that. The problem is, once we started playing once, this getBusy is always going to be true. Which means, if we haven't played yet, this is really useful, because if we haven't played anything, we always want to start the song from scratch. However, if that is not the case, we want to unpause the song. Meaning, if we haven't played anything yet, we always want to start the song from scratch, but if we have already played something, so else, I just want to unpause the mixer. Which means I want mixer.unpause, and then we should just unpause the song, like the method implies. Let's try all of this. I can import the same file, and now if I click on play, we have music again, and I can also stop it. But now, if I click on play again, we are resuming and not starting from scratch again. So this is working. Cool. Next up, we can start working on the volume. And this is actually very easy to implement. It's going to work kind of like the sliders in the image editor. So in my case, I want to have the song, and I want to set the volume. And this is a Pygame function. In here, for set volume, we need a number between 0 and 1, with 1 being the full volume and 0 being the song being muted. For this one, I want to get all of my values, and the values I want to target are the values from the volume slider. So volume, let's add the dashes as well. So the volume slider is this slider here. And inside of it, we always target whatever value we currently have selected. Now, for that to work, there's one more thing that we do need, and that is a timeout inside of the read method. Let me set it to 1. This number should be very low. And this is all we needed. Let's try this again now. Same file, and let me play it. If the volume is at 0, you shouldn't hear any song, but now if I increase it, we should hear music again. So, all right, with that, we have our volume slider. This one was actually really easy to implement. Finally, the last thing we are going to need, let me run all of this again. I want to show the progress of the song in the progress bar down here. Now, for that, we need a separate timer because Pygame has no functionality to check how far we are into the song, which means we need another Pygame module for time. So all the way to the top of the code, besides mixer, I also want to import time. And time by itself also needs to be initiated. Although it's not an init method, instead, we have to create a clock. And this we get with time.lock. If you don't have this clock object somewhere in your code, Pygame is not going to check the time. So this is really important. The code would still work even if you don't have it, but time would always be 0. So this is really important. And besides that, I need a couple more attributes, or variables to be a bit more specific. Let me save them under a timer. First of all, I need the entire length of the song. So song length, and the length of the song I get with the song, and this is this music file we have imported. And now I want to get underscore length. Let me print what we get. So song, not song name. I want to have song length. Let me run all of this again. And we get the length of the song is 110 seconds, point something. Now, this point something is a bit annoying, which means I want to convert all of this to an integer. But the seconds I do want to keep because they are very easy to work with. And before we continue, this song length we already have to use because inside of the play layout or the progress bar, right now this is always going to be 100, but the maximum length of the progress bar should be the length of the song, which means I want to pass my song length in here. If I run all of this, you are not going to see a difference because we are setting the length of this bar separately with this size attribute here. But, well, trust me, it works. Besides that, for the timer, we are going to need 3 different variables. The first one is time since start, and this one is going to be 0. Then we need a pause amount. This one is also going to be 0. And then we need a playing variable. This by default is going to be false. And let me explain how this is going to work. Basically, as soon as we're starting the song, so let me add here, this is the starting point, which is going to be 0. And from this point, we are going to check the time of how long the song has played. And that number we are storing inside of time since start. And this is only going to be updated if playing is true. However, now we do have a problem because this logic always checks the time since the start, which means we are always starting this timer from the point 0. And this is a problem because we could pause the song. For example, we could play the song until here, then we pause for a while, then we play again, then we pause again, and then we play again. In the current setup, we are always checking this entire distance, and this is what we are storing inside of time since start, which isn't really accurate because we, well, skipped some huge sections. And for that, we have the pause amount. And this one is increasing the number whenever playing is false. And at the end, for the progress bar, we're going to subtract this amount from the time being played. And the amount here is the sum of these 2 individual pauses. And that way, we always have the correct progress inside of the song. Now, the logic here is a tiny bit annoying, and you definitely have to think about it, but, well, it is what it is. It sounds much worse than it actually is. Let's actually implement it. Inside of the while loop, before I am doing anything else, I want to check if playing is true. And if that is the case, I want to update my time since start. and the time I get with time.get_ticks. And this playing should be true as soon as we are pressing the play button, which means inside of here, playing should be true as soon as we press play. And if we are pressing pause, then playing should be false. With that, we are getting some numbers, and these numbers still inside of the if statement for playing, we can target our progress bar. This we get with window, and in here, I want to have my progress bar. I think I called it progress. Let me double check. Yes, we are checking this progress bar here. And this progress we want to update, and in here we need a number. Now, technically, you could add time since start, but that wouldn't really work because Pygame checks the time in milliseconds. And we want to have a number here in seconds. That is very easily converted. All we have to do is to divide the milliseconds by 1000 and then we get seconds. And let me use floor divide, so we're getting integers. And with that, we should already have something that we can see. So let's play all of this. Let me select the file. And now you can see we have something. Although, if you pay close attention, there were a couple of problems. First of all, when I started to play the music, we started somewhere here. We didn't start all the way on the left. On top of that, if I play the music again, we are making a huge skip. And the reason is what I explained earlier. Basically, let me move it to the side. This time since start always starts from the beginning, so when we are starting the program. But between me playing the program and starting the song, there was a time difference. And this is why the progress bar started with a slight offset. And by the same logic, if we are pausing the song and playing again, we are again starting from the beginning of the program. And that way, if we start again, we get some weird numbers. But this we can account for quite easily. All we have to do, when we get our time since start, I want to subtract the pause amount, the number we created here. And every time we are pausing, so either here or in here, I want to increase the pause amount, or more specifically, once we start playing or unpausing again, I want to add these numbers. And this is going to be the same for both of these lines. As a consequence, right below playing, I want to add my pause amount plus equal time.get_ticks. Don't forget to call it minus time since start. And this is going to give us the difference between the last pause and our current time. And this is what we want to remove from our current progress. I hope that makes sense. The timer does get a bit confusing. But with all of that, we are basically done. So let me run all of this again. Great boss. And now the timer starts all the way on the left. And if I pause and wait a few seconds and start again, we are progressing quite nicely. So with that, we have created a music player. Wasn't actually so bad. I guess in here, you do have a couple of fairly complicated things, or slightly more complicated things. The timer in particular is going to take you some time to get your head around. So if you really want to understand it, definitely have a look at this in your own time. Besides that, the function to import images is, well, very annoying in PySimpleGUI. But this is going to work for any kind of image. So you don't really have to change it all that much if you want to adopt it to your own logic. Now, before we finish this part, I realized I made one mistake. And that happened down here. Because setVolume expects values between 0 and 1. But the values inside of volume are between 0 and 100. Which means we have to divide all of this by 100. And that way, we are getting a proper volume setup. But with that, we are done with all of this. So now we have our music player. For the next part, we are going to create a weather app. And this one is going to look like this. We have a text field, and in here we can type in any town or country, let's say Tokyo, and we get the weather for Tokyo. It also works for entire countries, let's say Japan in this case. And okay, we get the same place, but let's try another country, USA. We always get the capital of the country and the weather for the capital. And let's try one more, let's say Paris. And there we go. This is working quite well. And for this to work, we are going to need one really important module. And this one is called Beautiful Soup. And what this module does is it scrapes the web, which means it looks at a website and it takes information from that site. And in our case, we are going to use the Google Weather Forecast to make all of this work. But to get Beautiful Soup, you need the PowerShell or the terminal, and you have to type pip install Beautiful Soup 4 or pip3 install Beautiful Soup 4. And with that, let's have a look at the code. And here, once more, I have the skeleton app that doesn't do anything right now. Well, it does something, but not very much. For my layout, I want something like this. This here is my entire window. And I want 3 major sections. On the top, we have the input element. Then on the left, we have an image. This could be a sun, for example. This is a horrible sun, but you get the idea. And then on the right side of that, I want all of the weather information. So here we have the name of the place we're looking at, the temperature, the current weather, and the time, I think, as well. Doesn't really matter. This is the overall setup I want to create. And for that to work, we need the column element again, which I want to put in a separate variable. Let's call one the image column and SG and column. And this I want to duplicate because in here I want to have an info column. For the first row, let me put this over multiple lines. That's going to make things a bit easier to understand. There we go. For the first line, I want SG input. And I want an SG button. And for the input here, I want this to expand X, and this should be true. And let's give this one a key as well. I guess input tends to work out quite well here. And for the button, I want something like enter or submit. I guess enter works fine. This would then be our first row. And for the second row, I want to have my image column and my info column. And let's start with the info column. That's going to be the longer one. In here, again, we need a list that contains other lists. And this one is going to contain quite a few different elements. I guess the best way to work with this one is going to be to just copy the elements I want and paste them in here. There we go. We have 3 bits of text. We have a text for the location, the time, and the temperature. Each of those have their own custom font and font size. They all have a background color. They all have their custom padding for these, and these. Then we have a text color and a justification and a visibility. There's quite a lot of stuff in here. And for the column, things are going to be a touch easier because all I want to add in here is sg.image. And by default, there's no image, but I do want to give this one a key that is going to be image. And I also want to give this one a background color that should just be plain white. So FF, FF, and FF. I think what I forgot is that this needs to be inside of another list. Let's try this one now. And we can see that, well, we can't really see anything. The reason for that is that all of these elements here are invisible. So we have visible set to false. And I think that's a case for all of them, right? All of these elements are set to invisible. So we can't see them. And for the image, we can't see it because we don't have an image yet. That should also make sense. And to make all of this work, let's make all of this visible once we are pressing a button. In my case, this means if event is equal to, I called this one enter. And if that is the case, I want to get my window, and the first one is called location. And let me copy this 2 times. I also want to get my time, and I want to get my temp. And all of those I want to update. And for now, let's set visible to true. That is important for all of them. And besides that, they all need to have some kind of string. By default, right now, they have nothing. And let's pass test in here just to see what we get. And while we are here, we can, let me copy this one more time. I want to set a random image. So image, I want to update. And for the image, there's something I haven't talked about yet. And that is that inside of my folder, we have another folder called symbols. And in here, we have various weather symbols. And for now, let's say I want to import snow, looks quite good. And to import that one, I need a string. Then I want to go inside of the symbols folder. And in here, I want snow.png. And now if I run all of this and I click on enter, now we have some sort of basic layout, although doesn't look very good yet. One way to improve all of this is to run sg.theme, and the theme I want to go with is called Reddit. Let's try this now. This is already looking significantly better. Now let me click on enter, and this is feeling much nicer. The one customization thing I forgot was the enter button. Let's do this one right now. This happens all the way up here. And let's also set the border width to 0. And now we have a nice flat button. If I click on this now, we pretty much have the basic layout that we are going to need. The other thing I forgot is that for the location text, the font color should be white. And this I have done for my time, so I can just copy text color from here and pass it up here. Let's try now and enter, and this is feeling much nicer. So with that, we have the basic layout. Now what we have to figure out is how to get the information from a website. To make the actual weather information work, we need 2 modules. First of all, I want from BS4, which is Beautiful Soup 4, import Beautiful Soup. And since this is very annoying to type, I am going to abbreviate this as BS. And besides that, we want to import requests. To use them, I want to keep all of this inside of one function. Let's call this one getWeatherData. And in here, I want to pass in a location. The very first thing we need in here is a URL. So from what website do we want to get our information? And let me explain how the system is going to work. Here I have a browser open. And what I want to look for is, let's say, the weather in London. And now Google is going to give me some predictions. And this is the information I want to get. But now I need to figure out how I get to this URL here without being able to type into the search bar. And the trick essentially is that for this URL, this part always stays the same. All that really changes is the location afterwards, and then all of this stuff here we could just ignore. We will get to the same website. Which means I could replace this London with something like, let's say, Boston. I will get to Boston, I could add USA, and I would always have the right Google search. Which means I want to copy this string here and return to my code. And now the URL is going to be the string we just got. And then I want to add the location. And this should be an F string. Just to make sure here, what we could do is run the replace method that if we have any kind of space in this word, we want to replace, or well, remove that space. For example, if we type New York, this should be spelled in one word, since for a URL, we can't have any kind of space in there. How we are going to use this weather data is after we're pressing enter, we run get weather data, and we are passing in the values of the input field. Let me actually print the URL just so we can see this is working. And we are getting an error. I have to change these single quotes to double quotes, otherwise Python is getting confused. Now let's try this. There we go. Let's say I want to type in here Berlin, we haven't used yet. If I press enter, we get plus Berlin. With a space, this shouldn't be in there, and this space happens because there's a space here. Let's try it again now. Paris. There we go. We have Paris. And if I type in New York, I keep on misspelling New York, we get New York. And this is then always the string we want to look for. And looking for a website, first of all, means we have to create a session. And this happens with requests.session. And this is basically what we tell the website when we are approaching it. And now we need session.headers. And here we have to define a string that says user agent. And for this one, we need one longer string. Let me copy it actually. It looks like this. It's basically telling the website we are approaching what kind of browser we are. It's very technical information. I would recommend to just copy this bit here. And now we want to use that information to get an HTML document. And that we get with sessions.get, and we want to pass in the URL. And this is now what we can use with beautiful soup. And what we have to do is to create what is called a soup. And this we get with bs. And in here, I want to pass in html.text. And now what I want to do is called an HTML parser. And let me explain what this means. Here is the website we have just seen. But what our computer sees is something like this. This is the HTML code of the website. And all of these elements combined create all of this. And what we have just done in the code, is to copy this entire text and paste it in our code. Which means now we have to figure out what elements we are looking for. And that is what beautiful soup is for. And in our case, we want to get a name, we want to get a time, we want to get the weather, and we want to get the temperature. And these bits of information you get with soup.find. And in here, we are looking for specific elements. In web development, they're called a div. It's basically a container. And that container is going to have attributes, which is shortened here to ATTRS. And the attribute we are looking for is called an ID. And ID in HTML is supposed to identify one specific element. And the ID we care about is called WOB location. And now I want to get the text from that bit. And just to see if this is working, let me comment out all the other things and let me print the name. If I run this now, I can type in London. And if I click on enter, we wait for a second and we get London, UK. If I click on, we didn't use Rome yet, we get Rome, metropolitan city of Rome, Italy. And that is the information we are getting from the Google weather forecast. And now I have to do the same thing for the other variables as well. And let me just copy this line here a couple of times because this is going to repeat a fair bit. Now for the time, we need WOB and DTS. For the weather, we need WOB DC. And for the temperature, we need TM. And now once we have all of that, I want to return the name, the time, the weather, and the temperature. I can close this function because we are done with it. Actually, let me open it one more time because I want to get all of these variables, get them returned from the function. So now I have all I need to update all of these values here. For the location, instead of test, I want to have the name. For the time, I want to have the time. For the temperature, I want to have the temperature. The image we are going to cover in just a second. And let's try this now. And let's say one place we haven't used yet. I guess Brazil we can try. We get an error. Okay. Inside of here, the problem I have is that the weather and the temperature are not inside of divs, they are inside of a span document. And I'm not going to explain web development, but span elements are basically other types of container. So this is why we get confused here. Let's try it now. Brazil again, and now we get Sao Paulo and Brazil. We have 27 degrees and we have the current time. Although I do want to make some updates. For the time, I only care about the date, not the actual time. As a consequence, what I want to do is to split the time we get and split it wherever there is a space. And from that list, I want to get the first entry, which is the day of the week. Let's use one we haven't used yet. Let's say Russia. And now we only have the day of the week. And for the temperature, I want to show the temperature with a degree symbol and then the weather in brackets afterwards. For that, I have to turn this thing into an F string. So let me put some brackets around it and the quotation marks. And now to get the degree symbol, we need a Unicode character. And that one looks like this. And now if we try this, let's say Beijing. And if I try this, we get 8 degrees. And besides that, I also want to show the current weather in brackets. This should be inside of the string, like this. And let's try now. Let's go with London. And now we can see 11 degrees and cloudy. This one is working really well. What we have to figure out is the image. And this is going to be a bit more extensive. And essentially here we have a bit of a problem. So let me copy how I got the image for one weather condition. And this is the weather condition for sun. It looks like this. It just needs to be formatted properly. And here we go. The problem here is for the weather, we have a ton of different options. So Google Weather knows something like 40 different weather conditions, and we have to account for literally all of them. In my case, if we have sun, sunny, clear, clear with periodic clouds, then I want to have the sun symbol. Besides that, the other symbols I want to use, let me just copy them in, are going to look like this. All we are looking for, if the weather is in partly sunny, mostly sunny, all of the kind of sunny, we get the part sun image. If the weather is in rain, chance of rain, light rain, showers, and so on, we have the rain symbol. If weather is in some kind of thunderstorm, we get these. If we have mist, dust, fog, smoke, all of these, we have the fog symbol. And if the weather is in any form of snow, we get the snow image. I hope this makes sense. It's just very repetitive code. There wasn't really a better way of doing this. We just have to check for the different weather conditions that we get from Google. And I guess let's try this. And what's a town we haven't looked for yet? Miami. If I run this, there we go. We have sunny. And that's one weather condition we could be having. Let's say what we get in Iceland. We get mostly cloudy, also a condition we have accounted for. So all of this seems to be working just fine. And I guess with that, we are done with the weather app. Wasn't actually that bad. All right, and with that, we are doing the last program. And that is going to be a face detector. And this one is going to work like this. Here you can see me, but more importantly, you can see my face is being tracked. So even if I move around, the program knows where I am, unless I move outside of the image. And then it obviously doesn't know where I am anymore. And more importantly, at the bottom of the picture, you can right now see people in picture 1. And this is, well, determined by the input. So if there was another person in here, this number would say 2. And, well, that's going to be the entire project. It's going to be fairly straightforward. And to make all of this work, we are going to use the OpenCV library, which is the Python default for any kind of facial detection. And this one you have to install. So in the PowerShell or in the terminal, you have to type pip install opencv-python or pip3 install opencv-python. Do not forget the -python, it is kind of important. And with that out of the way, let's have a look at our code. And here, one more time, we have our skeleton app. So this one doesn't really do anything right now. And first of all, we have to create a layout. In my case, I want to have 2 rows. On the first row, I want to just create an SG image. There's no content for now, but I do want to have a key, which I'm going to call image. And besides that, I want to have SG and text. And this one by default is going to say people in picture. And let me spell this properly. Let's say we start with 0. And this I also want to give a key. Let's call it text. And I also want to justify this text. And this one we are going to do with expand x and set it to true. And justification should be C, short for center. And now if I run this, we have some text. We can't see the picture yet because, well, we don't have a picture. And for that to work, we need the OpenCV library. And first of all, we have to import it. This happens with import cv2. And now we have to, let me add another section. Let's call it get video. We have to do 2 things in here. First of all, we have to get the actual video stream. And this we get with cv2.video capture. And in here, make sure the V and the C need to be uppercase letters. And this is now going to need 1 argument. And in my case, that is going to be a 0. And what we are looking for here is the type of input we have. In most cases, that is going to be a webcam, which is a 0. In my case, I have a DSLR, which works slightly differently. So sometimes OpenCV decides the input source is a 1. I am not sure why that changes, but play around with different numbers. It should be some single-digit integer, like 0, 1, 2, 3, something like that. But now that we have that, we are going to need something else. And that is called a phase cascade. And for that one, we have to import something. And here we have the project folder. OpenCV-GUI is the actual file we are working on right now. And then we have a file called har cascade frontal face default. And this is basically the data we need to make image recognition work. And this one is designed for faces. There are quite a few other datasets that work for something else, like recognizing animals or bodies or specific parts of a face, like the eyes. If you want to look for different things, you have to look for different files online, obviously. I guess, really quick, this here is the OpenCV GitHub page. And in here, you can find lots more of these cascade files. You have to go to data, and in there you have har cascades. And this is also where I got mine from. I am using this one here right now. And this one is frontal face default. There is also eye tree glasses. There's one for cat faces. There's one for the full body. There's a left eye. There's the lower body. There's lots of different things in here. Here we are back in the code, and I want to cv2.cascade classifier. And in here, now we need the file name. Let me just copy it. It's quite a long one. And when you're doing this yourself, make sure to not forget the .xml. But all right, with that, we have all we need to get started. What we now have to do in the while loop, we have to first of all get our video and read it. And this is going to return 2 values. The first one we just don't care about. The second one is going to return a frame. So 1 image of our current video feed. This video feed here specifically. And what we are going to do is set this frame as this image on every single frame of this while loop here. And for that to work, we first have to do some conversion. And remember earlier when we did the image editor, in there we couldn't just use an image, we had to convert it to some byte format. And this we have to do as well here. But let me add another section and let's call it update the image. In here we need something like image bytes. And this OpenCV can do by itself, so we don't have to import anything else. We need CV2, and the command we need is image code. And the format we want is PNG. In fact, it should be .png. And then we want the picture information, which is our frame. And this is going to return a couple of things, but we only care about the one with the index 1. And that information we want to convert to bytes. And now we have the information. So all I have to do is get my image element and then update it with the data from image bytes. And now if I run this, we can see nothing. The reason here, once again, is when we are running this entire while loop, our program doesn't go past this line here for the simple reason that PySimpleGUI is waiting for some kind of input, which we don't have. So we never get past this line. We can fix that really easily. All we need is a timeout named argument, which in my case, I want to set to 0. And now if I run this, you can see me. Hello there. Let me move the window to the center of the screen. And you can kind of tell that the video is really choppy. And this seems to be some kind of problem with the interaction between PySimpleGUI and OpenCV. OpenCV by itself doesn't do that sort of thing. So if I close this, even with a timeout of 0 here, there seems to be some kind of delay anyway, which is making our video choppy. If you just use OpenCV, this shouldn't be the case. Now we have a video. How can we get facial recognition? And for that, first of all, we need our image as a grayscale, because that turns out to be really useful for image detection. I have no idea why that is the case. But what we want is our image in gray. And this we get with CV2 and CVT color. And we need 2 arguments in here. First of all, we want our frame. And besides that, we need the color information, which in my case is cv2.color_BGR to gray. And this is now going to convert our image to black and white, which we can actually use. So when I convert the image down here, instead of my frame, I could insert gray. If I run this now, you can see me again, except now I am black and white. But everything else still works just fine. But this is information we don't actually want to show. We just want to use it. So I am going to stick with my frame. But now the actual magic. I want to store this in the variable faces, and I want face_cascade, which is the file we have created earlier by importing this image here, which is what we are using now. And what I want to do here is run detect multi-scale. And in here, we need our grayscale image. And then we need a few more named arguments. And I think it's best to put all of this on separate lines, so it's a bit easier to see. And let me just copy them in. That I think is going to be the best way. I have a scale factor, min neighbors, and min size. And basically what these different named arguments here do is to determine how our facial recognition is going to work. So they set the parameters to what counts as a face. I suppose the easiest one to explain would be min size. This one determines the minimum size of a face. If I added a really large number in here, we would only recognize a face if it is really large on the picture, which isn't very likely. And these other factors work in kind of similar ways. If you don't get a face or you get too many faces, then play around with these numbers and just see what you get. Now, this is the face we actually need. What I can do now is let me print faces. Let's run all of this again. you can see me again. And now in the bottom left, you can see a list with one entry. And this is the position of my face. I guess the position and the width of my face. If I move around, you can see the numbers change in different ways. And if I move outside of the window, let me go all the way here. Now we have an empty list. And if I come back in, there are coordinates again. And if there was more than one person, this faces list would contain more than one list inside of it. Which means we can use the length of this list to determine how many people are inside of the window. And let's do this all the way at the end. Let's call it update the text. And in here, I want to get my window, the text, and I want to update this one. And let me copy the text from the top. And I do want this to be an F string. And now I need the information here for the amount of people. And this could be a good challenge for you. Try to figure out from the faces list how many people are inside of the picture. This one should be really easy. We want our faces, and from that, we want the length. Meaning, if there is one item inside of this list, we have one person inside of the picture. And now, if I run this, you can see in the bottom, people in picture 1. And if I go outside of the picture, it is going to be 0. I suppose an easier way of doing this is to cover my face. There you go. It's working pretty good. With that, we are very nearly done. The last thing I want to do is to draw the rectangles. And how this one is going to work. Let me print the faces again. And now if I run this again, you can see me again. And now in the bottom left, we have 4 numbers. The first one is X, the second one is Y, and then we have the width and the height of my face, or whatever OpenCV considers my face to be. And these are numbers we can use to draw a rectangle. But first of all, we want to cycle through the list inside of faces. And the most efficient way of doing this is for the tuple X, Y, W, and H in faces. And what we want to do with that information is CV2 and draw a rectangle. And in here, we need 4 bits of information. We need the image we want to draw on, we need the top left, the bottom right, and we need a color. Oh, and I forgot, we need a line width. But the line width is super easy. Let's just go with 2, doesn't really matter. For the image, we want to have the frame. Now we have to figure out the top left and the bottom right. And this is going to be very similar compared to what we have done with the snake video. So I guess this could also be a good challenge for you. Try to use these values here to figure out the top left and bottom right of the image. I suppose the best way to understand this is if I draw all of this. Here is our entire video feed, this video here. And my face is here. And the points we want to find is a point here. And besides that, this point here, which is the bottom right. And the other point is the top left. And the top left is the really easy one, because all we need here is X and Y. Those points we literally already know. So this point is already covered. The question now is, how can we get to this point down here? And the answer for that isn't that much more difficult. Pretty much all we have to do is go from our top left point and either move to the width or down by the height of this rectangle. And if we combine these 2 arrows, we get the 1 arrow pointing to the bottom right. And all that means in practice, my top left is just going to be X and Y. And my bottom right is going to be, I guess it's an X and Y position as well. But for the X position here, I want my X for the top left plus the width. And then for the Y position, I want the Y position of my top left plus H. And now we just have to set a color. And for that one, OpenCV wants a tuple with an RGB color value, which means we need R, G, and B, short for red, green, and blue. In my case, I went with 0 amount of red, 0 amount of blue, and the full amount of green, which is 255, which is going to give us a green rectangle. If I run this now, you can see me again, but now I have the green rectangle around my face that keeps on following me really, really well. Okay, not perfectly well. If I rotate my head, sometimes it loses it by a tiny bit, but it's mostly going quite well. Cool. And with that, we have finished the entire tutorial series. That took forever to make. So I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you around.